What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will recap Texas football's transfer portal haul, the good, the bad, and the ugly, what excites us, what scares us. Plus, with TSU closing its doors at the end of the week, the University of Texas football program has posted some new jobs online. Should we consider applying? We'll talk about Colorado doing some weird things. We'll talk about the Dabo Swinney Ole Miss situation, some early thoughts on Super Bowl 60. And we got a real Hypothetical Tuesday situation, plus a couple of other funny stories as well. A lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a Tuesday show. Hope everyone is staying warm. Hope everyone is staying safe. And we appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I am good. Sun is starting to come up again. Get rid of some of this ice that were on the roads yesterday, and it was. I still never got my car out of the driveway, out of the garage yesterday, and hopefully this stuff will, 48 degrees today. We'll get most of it melted. There's a bunch that are melted out on my street here, but yesterday it was just a sheet of ice, and it stayed that way. That sun until the sun really around 2:00, you could see the melting. And it cleared right up. And so the road in front of me, I've got one big patch of ice, but other than that, it's good to go. So people still have to be careful out there. There's some slick spots that melted away in the afternoon yesterday, but froze over once that sun went down. And it's cold though still.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of school cancellations and or school delays today.
Hey, teachers, leave those kids alone.
And they're doing that, and they're taking advantage of these extra days off. I'm sure
Nice.
That's appreciated. And yeah, I went out to dinner last night, so I got on the roads and was probably driving around at 6:15. It was the least crowded I've ever seen Mopac at 6:15 on a Monday in my entire life. It was kind of nice.
That was nice, huh?
Oh my God. I mean, the highways, it was some of the side streets were a little dicey. I drive an Altima without all-wheel drive, so a little nervous about that. But the highways were fine, and I won't lie to you, it was pretty enjoyable navigating rush hour traffic without rush hour traffic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out today and got some things to do. Got to get a new phone today. I made an appointment.
There we go.
Made the appointment, so I'm going to go and get that phone today at Rectum and be on my way because. Talking about being without a phone, I was going to say that's a nice thing. That's a crazy thing now. Lots of messages, lots of texting, just stuff that I'm not used to. I'm used to being on that phone all the time. So
you're an old school phone guy, right? When most people say they're used to being on their phone all the time, it's, Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and finding entertainment. You're trying to call people all of the time. Matter of fact, one of our buddies, Duckboat Paulie, Austin Duck Adventures, he called me yesterday, and I'm like, oh, maybe he's just checking in to see, what we've got going on beyond Texas Sports Unfiltered or whatever. And Paulie and I are boys. It's nice for him to reach out and check on me. And he's like, is Bucky okay? I can't get a hold of him, and he usually calls me 10 times a day, and he hasn't.
He knows. He and I talk about 5-6 times a day. Just in the middle of nothing, I'll call him up and see if the duck boats are filled with people. Today is a good day to ride the duck. What's going on? How is everybody doing? I mean, I talked to him a lot during the course of the day. Paulie just lost his father a couple of weeks ago, and Dad was like 93 years old, so he's been a little up and down, and it's always good to talk to him. But if I don't call him during the course of the day, he thinks something's wrong.
And he did, because he called me and literally just asked, is Bucky okay? And I was like, yeah.
And then I had a couple of Texas cheaters want to know, are we playing this week or not? And I'm like, dude, no, for one thing, you won't, there'll be spots out here through the weekend, spots on the golf course that have, underneath trees that'll be frozen. You won't see your ball, and it's going to be soaking wet.
And your guys will spots under the trees. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I find that my ball will be in the woods.
Yeah.
But you can get some good roll probably out of this, maybe.
Tuesday is typically golf day, We're going to be above freezing today. You're not
No,
making it
dude.
happen?
No, there's a lot of courses that won't let you get on their greens right now. They're frozen up, and they don't want you walking and screwing up the roots of the green. They'll lose their greens. A lot of those things are covered. A lot of places are going to stay closed for a while.
Makes sense.
Probably until the weekend.
Yeah, it's supposed to get cold again. I mean, not like what we just had this past weekend, but it'll get into
not golfing weather.
Yeah, it'll get into the 60s on Thursday and then dip back down. We'll have some lows below freezing this weekend. So, look, it feels like the city did pretty well and the state did pretty well. Not a lot of reported power outages. Still be safe. There's still some ice on the road, obviously. And
yes, there is.
Shut down, but it could have been a lot worse. This was nothing like what we dealt with, 5 years ago.
No. And this is nothing like they got back east with 22, 23 inches of snow and more coming this week. It's nuts. Everybody handled this one pretty good. I think more people actually stayed at home and didn't try to mess around with the roads,
I think you're right.
Hell, they ran the stores out of food like in the middle of the week, so everybody was prepared. They didn't need to go anywhere.
And you're off the hook today. No tip for kids in the car line because there are no kids in the car line. No one's going to school.
Yeah, what's up with that? Come on now. Back in the day, this would not stop anybody from going anywhere. So these kids, they just got off from school. They're just coming off of holiday vacation, right?
Well, you had winter break. You had Martin Luther King Day last week. Yep. So that was a 3-day weekend. And now they're getting a 4-day weekend with no school yesterday or today. That's the dream for the kids.
Yeah, they're loving this. This was a good one. This has been a good new year for them, no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And do be safe out there. And folks, don't take it for granted that all these roads are dry. Once again, be careful how you hit the brakes. And you NASCAR drivers, don't get right up on somebody and then slam on the brakes. Give yourself a little room, please.
Yeah, didn't have any of that last night. Again, not a lot of people on the road, but the ones who were there were being respectful. There were a couple of guys going above speed limit.
Just flying down like they had everything under control, huh?
Right. I mean, on Mopac, again, the roads were pretty clear. I was going 60 to 65 on Mopac, which for some people that's fast, which if that's you, drive faster, please. But for me, that's a little slow. That's being cautious. And I was passing some people, but I was also getting passed. So it was, it was, again, outside of the traffic or lack thereof, it was all right last night. It's good to get out of the place.
A lot of people are safe. A lot of people decided not to go out. That's a good thing. You don't hear about a lot of fatalities. All over the country, you're hearing about people that have died, finding people in the snow somewhere.
Yeah.
Grandma went out to fetch some wood and didn't come back.
Yeah, there was I've seen at least one story about a frozen body here in Austin too. So it's that can't happen. Take care of yourself, please. All right, I want to start with this today, Buck, because I figured you'd get a kick out of this. So your guy, Diego Pavia, the Cinderella man.
Is he playing on the basketball team now?
Not playing on the basketball team now. He is at the Senior Bowl, which is going on this week, right? Everyone's checking in. Practices will be happening over the next few days in Mobile, and then they'll have the game this weekend. Diego Pavia can't stay in college anymore. They finally told him, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Well, Diego Pavia on Vanderbilt's website was listed at 6 feet tall and 207 pounds. That was his official height and weight measurements for this past season for the Vanderbilt Commodores. At the Panini Senior Bowl, Diego Pavia measured in at 5'9" and 7/8.
There you go. I was going to give him 5'10". I'll give him 5'10".
So I would like to congratulate you on being the same height as Diego Pavia.
I am 5'9", and I weigh 156. That dude is 5'9", and he weighs 235.
Oh, well, actually, they not only rounded up on the height. They rounded up on the weight too, which usually you go the opposite direction with the weight, right?
They rounded that dude up?
So he was listed again at 207 on the team website. He weighed in at 198 yesterday. So
Wow.
either they rounded up or he's been shedding a few LBs.
Yeah, I mean the 5'9", they were going to catch him with that. They got probably lit. What does Vanderbilt list him as? 6 foot? You said
6 foot on the nose.
Yeah.
What's the benefit of that in college? Like, I get why you would do it trying to go to the NFL because the NFL looks at that kind of thing when they're drafting quarterbacks. But college, I don't care.
All they care is if you're good.
Right. What's the benefit for Vanderbilt? Like, why do they need to lie about Diego Pavia's height? And maybe he told them. Why does he need to lie about his own height? Is that to pick up chicks at school?
It's got to be more of a chick thing.
All right. They're like, this guy looks pretty short. And he's like, no, look at the website. It says 6 feet. I'm 6 feet tall. You can't make that up. That's real.
No, he's not a 6-footer. He's not going to fool anybody with that.
I mean, that's not even close to 6 feet. Some guys are round up from 5'11" to be 6 feet. This guy's 5'9", giving himself 3 inches.
Like I said, give yourself a 5'10". I thought he was about 5'10", 5'11", but sorry about that. Can't be 6 feet. You can't do that. What are you, Shaka Smart, trying to stretch yourself or something?
I remember.
Why don't you just grow a fro?
Right. Yeah, that would work. It worked for Shaka Smart when he had that a little bit. Not sure if you're checking in on Shaka Smart these days, but Marquette basketball is a train wreck.
Oh, yeah. I saw it at one of their games.
Yeah. But remember, like Kyler Murray did this. I mean, he was always listed a little taller than he was, on the Oklahoma team roster. And somehow at the combine, he measured in like just shy of 6 feet. It's like, there is no way this guy is this tall. And we found out that dude was doing all sorts of like stretching workouts and exercises to like
banging him on the head with a mallet so he'd get knots in his head.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell he was doing, but I guess it worked well enough for him to be drafted number 1 overall by the Arizona Cardinals. Now, a few years later, they're probably regretting that decision. Diego Pavia.
And he's got short little people arms too, Pavia.
Well, he's got
Tootsie Roll fingers and short little arms.
Yeah, no, here's some never before seen footage of Diego Pavia from his last year at Vanderbilt. Check this out.
That looks like one of my little electric football game men. Oh my God.
That's a real picture of Diego Pavia from this past season.
Almost as big as his body.
Yep. So that's incredible. Yeah, Diego Pavia. I'm fascinated to see where he ends up going in this NFL draft, if he even ends up getting drafted at all.
That guy will be just fine. That guy's been competing as a short person all his life.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about Diego Pavia. I mean, it's like, if football doesn't work out, is he going to clean up the attitude a little bit to where he can have a real job? Or is he going to be like Johnny Manziel, which Johnny Football still makes a bunch of money because of who he is, because of his name, because of his brand. But that guy finds the news for all the wrong reasons.
This guy's got a chip on his shoulder. He'll have an attitude no matter what.
Yeah.
No matter what kind of job he gets, he's probably, if you know him as a friend, he's probably just a normal dude. He probably has a little bit of acting in him,
You think he can play in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, I watched Doug Flutie play in the NFL for a while, and in the Canadian Football League and the USFL. And if you're talented, you're talented. Like I said, you've been throwing around people all your life. That guy moves around pretty good in the pocket. Plus, he's a sturdily built guy. He's a round-shouldered little guy.
Not even 200 pounds. Can you even call him round-shouldered?
No, I really can't. Because I don't believe even the NFL is messing around. They don't want to call him 230.
Someone at the Senior Bowl is lying now.
Yeah, they don't want to call them Generally, they get you, right? The Senior Bowl is the place to get every bit of you.
Yeah.
They get your arms and your fingernail length and everything else. So, sure, if he can play, he can play. It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think his arm is good enough to be super successful in the league.
Yeah, I mean, Kyler Murray had a pretty good arm. I mean, baseball player and everything else. I don't know if this stubby little arm of his can get it done. To get balls in tight windows when defensive backs are breaking on the ball. I don't know if he's got that kind of arm strength.
Yeah.
But somebody will take a chance.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think he'll get picked somewhere on day 3, and we'll see what happens. And
he'll be the greatest spring league player of all time.
And 5'9", some guys, all right, if they're not good enough to play quarterback, well, maybe they're good enough athletes to play a different position.
No,
he's 5'9", shy of 200 pounds. I don't know if that one exists.
No, he doesn't have running back skills. He's not that guy.
I'm trying to think if he could be the next Voldemort, aka Taysom Hill. I
don't know. Taysom Hill was big. I mean, he was he was in the 220s, I believe.
Right. Yeah. No, Taysom Hill, 6'2", 220. So he doesn't have the size, but in terms of like gadget guy who like can throw some, can run some. I don't know if Diego Pavia,
if he runs on the field, the defense just looks at him and starts laughing and fall down.
Right. Maybe that would be the case with him.
I think somebody will take a chance, and I'm not going to say that guy won't succeed. He's succeeded every place he's been.
Yeah, for sure. So there you go. There's your Diego Pavia story. 6 Longhorns.
Can't come back to college. He's done.
Can't go back to college. No, he's done. Once you show up to the Senior Bowl, that means. Although with what's happening in college basketball right now, where like guys are going to the G League for a couple of years and then going back to college, I don't know. You know what? I assume Diego Pavia can't come back, but nowadays maybe assuming a guy can't play college sports is a bad thing to do.
That's true. There's no telling.
Some college sports. Maybe you could still play some college sports, Buck.
No, dude. No. I know I can get 2 rebounds a game. Still, yes.
Okay. Well,
on the floor, I can get 2 rebounds for the Horns. Yes.
I don't believe that at all. Maybe you should fly with the team to Auburn tomorrow for their game to test that.
They need a rebounder. They need a rebounder besides a 7-footer and Kendall and the 6'2" Kendall Weaver. They need more rebounding than those 2 dudes.
Hey, get out there. Reach out to Sean Miller. We'll make a call and see if we can get you on that team flight.
Sean Miller has enough jokes. He doesn't need more and more. Lou Carnesecca doesn't need any more one-liners. He's got plenty of them.
You're calling him Lou Carnesecca now?
I love him. I love Lou Carnesecca. That guy had a line for everything. So does this dude.
He does. Yeah. He again, I prefer Texas winning. That's a lot more fun than losing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the nice alternative is if Texas does lose, we know we're going to get a great line or 2 from Sean Miller in the post-game presser. So,
he's now shown me that they have a lot of respect for the way he coaches now. So,
yeah, they're listening to him. They're buying into what he says, and we'll see what they do. Again, hitting the road. They've got 6 straight games against unranked teams, which shouldn't scare you. This should be an opportunity for the Longhorns to make up some ground in the SEC standings because they've been so good against top 25 teams and so bad against unranked teams. I'm not quite sure what to expect.
Are they truly listening to the message now when they're better than other teams and they get on the road and just prove they are?
Look, Auburn just went on the road and beat Florida, who looked like the best team in the SEC before this past weekend, and Auburn went into the swamp and kind of handled that game. So they should have Texas's full attention. That's a good team. Auburn's going to be favored when the line comes out tomorrow.
Sure.
Like this is an uphill battle for Texas. I know they're not the same. They've got the Nepo baby, Bruce Pearl's kid, coaching them now. It ain't the same as a Bruce Pearl Auburn team.
No.
It's still talented. And again, they've got a very impressive win that they just picked up. So look, I don't know if you'll win that one, but the goal is avoiding 0-2 in a week like this. And you've got OU on Saturday on the road. There aren't a lot of easy road wins in the SEC.
No.
I'm not going to sit here and say OU's an easy road win, but they are one of the worst teams in the conference. They're tied for dead last in the league at 1-6 right now. So that's one that you'd really like to get. I mean, you get the Sooners twice. You'd like to sweep that one if you can.
Yeah, they'll be talking about a new coach again. They'll be talking about a new coach.
Yeah. I think Sooner fans wish they had made that move a long time ago.
Yes.
To get rid of Porter Moser. So there you go. There's your Diego Pavia story for you.
Sorry about that, Diego.
Yeah, 5'9", not 6 foot as he was listed online.
and they didn't stretch that out to make him 6'1". He's a legitimate 5'9".
5'9" and 7'8". So you can round
Doug
up.
Flutie was 5'9". Doug Flutie was 5'9" and 3/4.
All right. Well, I'm sure Diego Pavia would take that comparison.
Oh shit, yeah. I mean, he found a way to play. I mean, he was a little bit more sudden than Pavia, and had probably a stronger arm. But Pavia, like I said, he's gotten away with a lot as a little guy, and he knows how to play. He knows how to play small ball.
Small ball.
Yes.
I see what you did there, sir. That's well
Sorry.
done.
I didn't mean to do it that way. That's just a slip of the tongue, y'all.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
It
We don't body shame. Bucky does not body shame.
Poor on my part to
That's
do that to
something
that dude. That guy's quite an athlete.
Yeah, it's this is a good one here. Pavia will play Tyrion Lannister in the next Game of Thrones
Oh
reboot.
my God.
About a Peter Dinklage comparison for
Wow.
call him Diego Dinklage moving forward.
Yeah, see, and then his attitude will change. You know, he's done some great things at Vandy. He can go back in that area and get a nice job.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. All right, Buck, with, we announced it yesterday that Texas Sports Unfiltered is signing off for the final time this Friday. So we're going to need something to do here in our future. The University of Texas has posted a few jobs to its job board. I'm curious, we tried to get you back into coaching when the running backs coach gig opened up, right? Chad Scott was let go. That role was open for a couple of days, maybe a week or so, and then Jabbar Jalouk ends up getting the gig. You had your chance.
I did.
And you didn't take advantage of it, but that's all right. You've got another chance. You have been thrown another lifeline because there are 4 more jobs that you or me or any of our great listeners can apply to right now. These are legit job postings online. So I want to see if you're interested in any of these. Texas football is looking for a director of scouting, Buck. The director of college scouting will lead the development and execution of advanced scouting strategies, overseeing the evaluation and identification of top talent within Texas football and other relevant programs. This leadership role is responsible for providing comprehensive strategic insights and critical assessments to support recruiting and roster management, guiding key decisions to enhance the overall performance of the team.
Need to know who the NIL head people are, who's got the most money when it's time to get a specific player. Yeah, I got to have that. There's a lot that goes into that, yes.
You're overseeing all aspects of the scouting department in this role. You handle that? How's your player scouting these days? I mean, your body shaming is off the charts. You can nitpick any abnormal.
Well, I mean, I know a baller when I see one.
Yeah?
But you got to make it. It's got to be a good fit.
Okay.
It's got to be a good fit. I can do those things. That sounds like a decent enough gig. Does it say what the pay is?
I don't see what the pay is here.
Oh, they're afraid to show that part.
They shouldn't be, right?
No, that's a $30,000 job.
Oh man, you think so? In college football in 2026, that's only a $30,000 job.
$35,000 job. It's almost like being one of the analysts in coaching, where they can only have so many of those. Yeah.
Well, that's another job. There is an analyst role that is open right now. That might be a $30,000 to $35,000 job. I don't think director of college scouting is giving you in the 5 figs. I think that's a pretty big role right there. And Texas is going to try to find like pretty established guy with some skins on the wall to do that. So like the guy Texas had in that role is named Aaron Joe. He just left to become the GM of North Texas. So it's like that's sort of the stepping stone to being a general manager in college football, which still
even
kind of
if it's going to North Texas, yes.
We have those. Well, I mean, it's an upgrade in title. Like it's
and those guys are generally young guys that are just that may end up actually coaching at some time in their career.
Yeah. So that's one gig. You've got a recruiting coordinator gig.
No, thank you.
You're out on that?
Out on that, no.
Have you done this before?
That's a hard-ass job. Although, if I only have to worry about December and February recruiting, that's cool. But that means I got to recruit I got to be a part of keeping players that are here.
Yeah.
And that's being sneaky and on the phone to other places, getting people to leave their other places. That's a sneaky job right now.
The recruiting coordinator provides administrative and logistical support to the director of recruiting for the University of Texas football program. You got to deal with a lot of logistical stuff, coordinating visits, talking
coordinating kids not missing planes. Their hotel room is ready. Did they get their breakfast at the hotel? You know, how much weekend money do they get when they're here? Oh, that's not enough. Oh, no, I don't want that gig. No.
Yeah, you don't want to assist in organizing and executing travel and accommodation arrangements for.
I don't want to be picking up kids at the hotel. I did enough of that as a coach. I'll pick you up your hotel room and bring you over to the coach's office at such and such time. You're sitting in your car, you're sitting in the lobby waiting, looking like a clown. No.
How much do you think that gig pays?
That's a pretty good paying gig. I got to believe that's in the 70s.
Oh, dude, that's like you're a travel agent for recruits and families, it sounds like. You're picking them up. Not only are you setting stuff up, but you're also like some of the plans involve you.
Yeah, that's more than $70,000 job there.
Okay.
That's more than that. That's a good job. That's a lot of work.
So you're out on those. You're out on both of those?
Yeah, you don't sleep at night. You don't get any rest. Your mind is always moving. What am I supposed to do tomorrow morning? Who do I have to pick up? Whose mama told me to call them back at such and such time tomorrow morning to make sure her baby gets on the plane. You know, some of those parents they're not all like you. Some of them are like me. They need phone calls. They need reminders. They don't do great jobs on the computer. They want you. They like that contact with you on the phone. Sir, what time is my son supposed to be? You know, what time is best for him to get to the airport? You'd be surprised in this day and age about a lot of kids who've never been on planes before, BK, travel and stuff. They're in a cold sweat panic.
You have to like send them a driver or something?
No, you've got to constantly be on the phone with them. This is what time you do. What gate? I've never been to. I mean, I've never, there's families that don't have a lot, that the kids don't travel by plane a lot. You know what I'm saying? What time do I have to be there? Where do I drop them off? I mean, some people are in a panic.
You got to be a secretary and a travel agent all at once.
Oh, for sure.
For a bunch of high school kids and their parents.
And their parents, yes.
Yeah, I'm out on that. What about the special assistant to the head coach? You want to be the Dwight Schrute?
Now that's cool.
That's what Neil Brown was doing last year. You were very excited about what Neil Brown was going to do to the Texas running game in 2025. And thanks to his contributions, the Longhorns had their worst rushing offense since World War II.
Yeah, I'm going over to that dude's house. I'm going over to the head coach's house, spend some time with the new baby, be like, daddy daycare. Do I need to keep the kid? Why don't you guys go out to dinner tonight? I'll keep the baby. You two go out to dinner, have a nice dinner. See you when you get back. Coach, we'll talk about some things, You get to have special meetings when you're the assistant to the head coach.
Sound like a pledge in a fraternity.
Yeah, you get to do, you get to be with the in crowd. He tells you stuff he doesn't tell even his other coaching buddies. You know what I'm saying?
But so you're just his bitch, but you get some access and insight.
You get some money. You get some access. Plus, you get to go over to the house for dinners because he's making sure that there's no hidden cameras or microphones, so he's cool at the house. You
got to go pick up his dry cleaning and do
no. But if you're in town and he asks you to grab something for him, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I don't want to eat at the training table. Would you go by Hoover's and grab me something? I got you, boss. Everything's good.
Yeah, look, it was good enough for Neil Brown to get a head coaching gig. Like he spent 1 year in that role at Texas, and now he's the head coach at North Texas.
And we never knew what the hell he did.
Right. I think more.
She didn't help the running game.
No, I don't know what Neil Brown did at all. I mean, Sark always, spoke highly of him. I'm sure they had a good relationship. But Sark provided a nice letter of recommendation to the Mean Green, but I didn't see. I mean, the Texas offense was the worst it's been in a while in the 1 year Neil Brown was here. And again, the run game was the worst.
Between him and the running back coach, Neil Brown didn't bring that big ass runner that Ohio State got. He didn't bring him here. And now the running back coach here didn't get the dude from Florida to come here. So, yeah, they're in the same boat to me.
Well, hopefully not. I mean,
no, that's true. We do want to see something from the running back coach.
Hopefully the run game is fixed. Well, you got two great players. I mean, Texas added two of the top 5 running backs in the portal. We'll get to them a little bit more in a moment, but I don't know. It sounds like you're interested in this one, though. You going to apply for this?
Yeah, I could do that.
Special assistant to the head coach. The job description: you assist with special projects assigned by the head football coach. assist with the overall practice and game day preparation, statistical analysis, and video analysis as opposing teams, assist with self-scouting of offensive, defensive, and special team schemes, travel with coaching staff and team to provide statistical support.
Yeah, you get to go on the trips.
Well, I look at that description, and I think, well, yeah, Neil Brown really didn't do a damn thing, did he?
I know. That's what I'm thinking. What did he do?
Like, maybe that's why he got fired at West Virginia, is because he was so bad at all of those jobs. So
that would come under the heading of the dumbass coach too.
Yeah.
On game day, yes.
There was a lot of
by that time, BK, you would have known everything. The coach is in full trust of you, of things. So he needs to know that you know down and distance and all that stuff. So you can become the dumbass coach and be on the sideline right beside him.
I would argue that there was too much dumbassery for Texas last year to say that they had a true dumbass coach.
Yeah, but you got that somebody has to take the reins. You can't have 3 dumbass coaches, and you only need one.
I don't think they had one.
I don't think they've had one here.
You did call this the dumbest team in America throughout this season.
Yes.
They were second to last in the country in terms of penalties per game. So whoever was the dumbass coach, if there was one, didn't do a very good job of that.
Yeah, he's the guy that at practices goes psycho, and everybody understands, we just jumped. This guy's about to go nuts. It may not be another coach, but the dumbass coach is the guy who's in charge of going absolutely berserk. He's the guy who makes sure the officials get there for all the practices, because they need to be at all the practices that Texas has, so they can't get away with being dumb.
I would like Neil Brown to sit down and do an interview with these two guys right here.
Oh my God.
The two Bobs from the movie Office Space. What would you say you do here? We needed to have that conversation with Neil Brown. And look, his role's probably not big enough to dunk on him as much as he did, but he was on the staff last year and was not on it 2 years ago. And again, he's an offensive-minded guy, and the run game is supposedly his strong suit.
Yeah, I thought he would do a better. I thought he would do something that we saw that was different in the run game, but if that was different, it wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
It was different. It was the worst of all time.
It was the worst since 1944, back when you were in high school.
Man,
I think. And then there is an analyst role open, Buck. That's the last of the 4 job postings on the UT job board right now. You can be an analyst, which assists the coaching staff with game planning and strategy to ensure high-quality plays and practice. Responsibilities are identifying weaknesses in plays and suggesting new strategies for the coaching staff to practice.
Yeah, you're just a numbers guy there.
Game day preparation, statistical analysis, video analysis of opposing teams, analyzing team strategies, film data. You get the point. There's more analysis.
Dude, I was the offensive statistical guy on Sundays, and I had to have all the stats, third downs, everything. Dude, I hated that job more than anything in football. I'm not great with numbers, and I'd have my little calculator there on Sundays. I would be in there for hours, where other coaches would come in at noontime to do that stuff. BK, I was there. I was missing church to be there at like 10-something to get a 2-hour jump on the 2-hour jump that the other coaches that were just fine doing numbers. I would be, because I had to have all the stats for, down and distance, what we did on third down, fourth down, this, that, what the wide receivers, running backs, quarterbacks. I hated that.
Sounds like you're the intern if you're the analyst.
Just about.
Yeah, it's like a paid role, but you're not paid very much, and you're working harder than a lot of the people who are your superiors.
Yeah, but when I did the running back stats, nobody messed with me. They were like, no, dude, I was on top of all those.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Did he do that? Yeah.
You were on top of every running back stat, right?
So I was, not the Ricky one.
Yeah, the one that everybody remembers is the one that you weren't on top of. We can't believe you when you say that.
Yeah, I was good. Yeah. Well, ask those guys that would see my stuff and say, "Yep, that's that." And I would always have the one coach that would say, the offensive coordinator would always say to me, if he didn't have that 60-yard run, his stats wouldn't have been that good. I said, "Well, would you like to take that away on Saturday when we won the game?" Oh, if Ricky didn't have, just think about if Ricky didn't have those 3 runs of 47 yards, and I'd be like, huh? I'm like,
yeah.
are you allowed to take those away? I mean, they
You
don't
hate that.
matter.
You hate when people say
Oh,
that.
I hated that because
Yeah.
I got that. You know who I never got that from? Tom Coughlin. When I was at Boston College and had a bunch of guys, they weren't getting big chunk yards like that. But in the game, as a total, we'd run for good yards. And he'd go, boy, that's some nice yardage, isn't it? I'm like, well, hell yeah.
Of course it is, Coach. I'm doing a great
Yeah,
job here.
considering your quarterback's getting sacked 5 times.
Yeah. Take me with you and let me win those 2 Super Bowl rings.
Oh, don't even say that. I'm still not saying that's the worst move I've ever made, but it was a questionable move.
Oh,
it was very questionable on my part.
Yeah. I think it worked out all right for you.
It did. I still got to a place that I wanted to get to. And like I said, I wanted to be either the running back coach at USC or the running back coach at Texas, when I started in the coaching. Those are my 2 goals. And so, I got to the one and it's great and I'm still here. So it's not bad. But 2 Super Bowl rings.
I mean, you've got a couple of high school state championship rings.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
You got some Lake Travis rings from all the hard work you put in on the field for LT.
I would have had to live in Jersey.
Yeah. You got a couple of Texas rings, right?
Yes.
Well, you're supposed to have 2, but you lost one.
I lost one, yes. I lost my Big 12 championship ring.
I'm bringing up all the bad memories. Sorry about that.
It's all right. But like I said, it's, you make decisions in your life, and sometimes the good ones become bad ones, and sometimes the bad ones become good ones. So, no, I got to where I got to do what I wanted to do.
I'm just saying about this analyst role. Like, Steve Sarkisian, after he got let go at USC, this is the job that Nick Saban hired him to at Alabama. Kind of give his career a second chance. He tossed him that lifeline, and look what Sark did with it. That could be you, Buck. This could be your opportunity to get back into coaching.
I'm already at my second chance. I've already had one great career, and I'm now at another one. This is my second chance. You don't get to do 3 and 4 chances in life. Life runs out. Time runs out.
You're going back to the well. This is your first love is coaching. You got the chance to do it.
I would say this. I don't know if I would love it now.
It's different now.
Yes.
That's for sure. I mean, the analyst role might be the role, and I'm talking out of my ass here. I don't know this at all. But just looking at the job description of an analyst and knowing what I know about the more prominent roles on a college coaching staff, analyst might be the job that's changed the least with the changing of the times. It sounds like you're just still watching film, taking notes, doing scouting, self-scouting.
Yes.
That shit hadn't changed.
No, it's the same.
So that might be the one thing where it's like you don't have to worry about. I know when we talked about you applying for that running back coach vacancy, it's like, I don't want to recruit. I don't want to deal with all the NIL and all that crap. You might not have to deal with that if you are the analyst or
you don't. You don't.
Is it analyst or analyst?
Analyst.
Say that again.
Analyst, not analyst.
Not analyst.
No, analyst.
I mean, if you
like
cut the
the girl you dated in high school, analyst.
You did anal with Ann? Or anal with Ain?
Oh no, my God!
I'm not sure which
taking
one.
You down the wrong path.
Yeah,
those are all good jobs for young guys that that if you know somebody on the staff and you want to get into coaching but you've been around football a long time, but you really hadn't got into it. Those are good deals when you're late 20s, early 30s to get those kind of jobs.
There you go. So they're open right now. If anybody wants to apply, it's public domain on the UT job board. Good luck. And I don't know, Buck, we've got some announcements about our future plans coming later this week, but maybe this is part of the announcement. Maybe this is where we go next. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows, brother?
Who knows?
And sometimes things go full circle.
Sometimes time is a flat circle.
Yes. Full circles.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We will talk about the current Texas football team. Now that most of the transfer portal window is in the rear view mirror, I want to talk about what excites me the most about what Texas did in the portal, and also what scares me the most about what Texas didn't do in the portal. Of course, we'll get the Bucks' thoughts on that as well. But before we shift gears, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. You know, they got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, and, of course, collectibles. They've got men's and women's clothing in all sizes, folks. And right now it is a great time to head on over and see Jay and the gang over there, because they've got the winter gear for men and women. They've got everything that you're looking for when it comes to hoodies, pullovers, long sleeve shirts. And of course, as I said, they've got and when you get ready for springtime, which is just around the corner, when you need your golf gear, head on over to Sue Patrick. They got golf bags. They've got everything with Longhorn golf stuff, BK. They got the golf balls, the tees. They've got it all over at Sue Patrick. And of course, we know what they do have. They have free parking and plenty of it at 5222 Burnett Road. All the great books there. As I said, they've got gifts. They've got all kinds of items there. And Jay's probably got some good Christmas stuff for 2026 on sale. I guarantee you. They had tons of Christmas stuff this year. Boy, and I got most of it. So if you're going over there and say hello to Jay and the gang and you spend $59 online or above, get free shipping plus free curbside pickup. And as I said, plenty of parking space. Love Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue
Don't forget the Jelly Cats.
Don't forget the Jelly Cats. Can't forget the Jelly Cats.
Can't forget the Jelly Cats, no.
Love Jay and the gang at Sue Patrick. Also love Mike McCall and the gang at McCall Custom Homes.
He was at my house yesterday.
Doing what? I
had some water in my garage, near where my heater was there. But I think it was, some of the melting, the outside of the walls of the garage there. I had snow dripped really up about 3 feet up on the wall, the outer wall there. And so Mike is coming back tomorrow to make sure that I don't have any cracking in any pipes. That's what he does. I mean, that guy knows everything. So he came by, he shot by, came over, checked it out. He just thought maybe just some of the snow melting around there, some of the ice in that one garage that was melting up. He doesn't think there's anything major, but he made sure, man. He came, he said, I'll be back on Wednesday to truly make sure. That guy's special.
Two thoughts on that. Number one, yeah, that shows the type of guy Mike McCall is, and that's the kind of customer service you get with McCall Custom Homes. Number two, you made that guy drive to your place yesterday with all the roads closed and everything shut down?
This was in the afternoon. This was more like at 4:30.
Did you leave your house yesterday?
No. He was already on the road. That guy, you think he's not good? He's got places he's got to take care of. He got homes to, the remodeling of stuff that he has to make sure all that stuff is set. So I'm close enough to him. He said, I'll stop by there. Be by there by 35 minutes.
A good guy like me would say, Mike, take the day off, man. You got a newborn baby at the house. Take care of the kid. You don't need to be on the roads today. Bad guy like you, I need my pipes cleaned out right now.
He wasn't cleaning any pipes. He came by, he was here for 15 minutes. He wanted to say hello to the dog. The dog loves him.
There you go.
But I can't twist things. You know what I mean? I can't reach up and twist this to mess around with it. I will break something.
All right.
And Mike doesn't like me touching things. It's like my wife. Don't touch the computer. Don't do that. Don't touch that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a call. You and I and your lovely wife had a call like 10 minutes before the show today. You couldn't figure out how to log on to this stream.
I told you how many emails I had on my phone and my computer. You wonder why my phone doesn't work?
Right. Your phone doesn't work because it's an iPhone 8. That's why it doesn't work.
Well, my wife spent probably an hour upstairs on my computer. I'm so sad to say this. I had over 9,000 emails on my. She goes, all you have to do is hit this when they're not important. So she spent just tapping, tap. I mean, she was tapping away and got me down to 0.
There you go. Yeah, that's
9,000.
I'm telling you, there are people out there who have 900,000 unread emails.
I had stuff from 2016, 2017.
People just don't ever delete them. They'll look at the ones they need and just leave it there, and they'll just stuff up the inbox.
Is that why I lose my bandwidth or my whatever it is, my gigabytes in there? Is that on overload?
Well, you are a real tech guy here. This is
Yeah.
great.
Is that where I lose out?
I don't even know how to answer that. No,
My files are full.
That shouldn't affect, unless you get like a message that pops up and says your inbox is full, then you can have 9,000 emails in there.
That's
no
all
problem.
right. You know what? I'm going today.
Do you have blinds also? Do you have that technology in your house? You're getting pierced by the sun right now.
That's all right. I need those rays, man. I'm looking good and feeling good. I need the rays today.
It's a little tan.
Haven't been out of the house just to walk out and let Mike in the gate, because not only was the gate frozen, but underneath the gate was, I had to have little metal things so that Zach doesn't get underneath the gate. And those things were like, George is out there with hot water. Hot water buckets. I couldn't even go out. She wouldn't even let me slide down there and bring her hot water. I wasn't allowed to go out. That is so weird.
Oh my gosh. She gonna let you leave today?
Yes.
All right. You're good. Well, hey, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. That's the kind of customer service you get. And it's not just us. I mean, we love them, right? Bucky's had plenty of work done at his place by McCall. Rodney's had some work done at his place by McCall. They're the best. They are the best in the business. Custom home builders and renovators with a ton of experience. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience, as a matter of fact. And they've got tons of 5-star reviews online. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Any home building things, any renovations you need, they are the folks to call. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike directly, 512-633-9580.
Yeah,
all right.
Just don't mess up my deal with Mike. Don't be messing around.
Yeah. Don't have Mike come out to your place to do work, because Bucky needs him at his place. Basic work. All right, so I think there's still a chance that the Longhorns add a couple more pieces at some point this offseason. No, I don't know if it's going to happen on the 4th with National Signing Day too. I think it will be more from the portal. They're still scavenging. There's still plenty of uncommitted and unsigned players out there. Now, none of the top guys are available. So if you're looking for a true difference maker, you're not going to find one. And all of the deadlines for entering the portal have passed. So that guy isn't going to pop up. But I do expect Texas to try to add to its roster a little bit more at some point between now and the first Saturday of September when they play their next game.
Yeah, this is where you get a guy from like Rice or North Texas or something.
Sure. Yeah. Just depth guys, right?
Right. Guys just are going to leave.
You can never have too much depth. Scholarship numbers going from 85 to 105. But most of the portal activity for Texas is in the rearview mirror. So I feel like this is a good time to kind of just go over what Texas did. And not just that, but kind of talk about what they really knocked out of the park and what I'm still worried about for the 2026 season. I'm excited to watch these running backs, Buck. I mean, we spent a lot of time a few moments ago talking about the lack of run game that Texas had this past year. Like, it's not just that Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers are really, really talented, and they are. They're both first-team all-conference guys at their previous spots. But they've got a home run ability that nobody in the Texas backfield had this past year.
For sure, yeah.
Like, Texas, I get it. There weren't too many big holes for them to break off big runs, but there were occasionally those holes. Yes. The big runs did not follow. And it felt like when Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter did find a crease and it's like, oh, they're off to the races. This is about to be a 50-yard. They'd get caught from behind pretty easily. And it's like, how does this happen at the University of Texas? How do we not have a guy with breakaway speed at running back?
Yeah, I mean, a guy with a 10-yard head lead.
Right.
Start getting caught from behind.
I want explosive runs, Buck. Like what Texas had last year was vegan level of explosive runs. I'm looking for Taco Bell level of explosive runs.
Wow, you sure are asking a lot.
If you catch my drift here. Like Texas, everybody on the Texas team last year, every running back, I should say, on the Texas team last year, had 9 total rushing attempts that eclipsed 15 or more yards. That is unbelievably. In 13 games, Buck, they had 9 runs go for 15 or more. How many of those did Ricky have in one season?
Dude, he had that in the day of his freshman game, his first game.
Man, that's insanity right there. Hollywood Smothers, had 14 attempts of 15 plus by himself last year. Raleek Brown had 15 attempts.
Yeah, the awareness of the surroundings is going to change. Like I said, they're going to be. I mean, watching both of those guys, they set up cuts that get you outside. They set you up as a defender. Yeah. You know, they're already in their mind knowing on certain plays that if this guy takes 2 steps this way, I'm outside. I'm going to beat him. And I'm getting around this corner, and the next guy is the safety, and he better be coming hard because I got the ability to make that dude miss too. So you're going to see a lot of guys. You're going to see a lot of bounce outsides that you haven't seen in a long time here.
Yeah.
You know, that aren't just straight, you know, sweep handoffs and fly sweeps and all that other stuff. You're going to see guys that are supposed to be going off tackle decide that this guy has made a bad move. The defender has made a bad move, and I'm going to bounce outside. And I feel like I can get outside. Both those guys have that ability.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these guys are better than anything Texas has had since Jonathan Brooks at running back.
Yes.
Right? Like Jaden Blue had some of that ability 2 years ago, but, you know, wasn't that reliable because of the fumbling.
No, and plus he wasn't a polished kind of running back. He was still a tweener between a wide receiver and a real running back to me.
Right. Yeah, he just wasn't as complete of a player as either.
I thought if he would have stayed for the following year, he would have been a more complete back for the NFL or anywhere else he was going.
It would have been nice to have Jaden Blue on this team last year. I don't think the run game would have been as bad as it was, but
no.
You know, I feel like Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers are both upgrades over Jaden Blue, over Trey Wisner, over CJ Baxter, Christian Clark. I mean, anybody who was here the last couple of seasons.
Baby Longhorn or whoever the hell they brought in from Florida.
Baby Rhino.
Yeah.
Jarrett Gibson too. Yeah, I mean, the combination of all of those guys, Wisner, Baxter, Baby Rhino, Christian Clark, James Simon, Ricky Stewart. Maybe I should leave him out because he didn't play. Again, 9 rush attempts that eclipsed 15 or more yards last year. Smothers had 14. Raleek Brown had 16. I misspoke earlier. So those 2 guys had 30, and everybody on Texas had 9. So,
you know, and I'll say this, PK, I like the fact they have 2 of them, and 2 of them was what they needed to really get, and 2 quality running backs. But if they would have got 1, and Christian Clark, you know, even towards the bowl game, there was a little something different about him. I mean, he had grown up a little bit, so I mean, he couldn't have been a starter for me. I mean, I couldn't go the full season with that guy being the guy, but he could come in a pinch. I think he was going to get better. And he still may, you're going to need that dude.
They got that dude. I mean, they kept James Simon. They just signed a high 4-star with Derek Cooper. They've got Jet Walker as well.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what Cooper looks like as a college runner because he's a kind of tall dude, upright kind of dude.
Yeah,
we'll see how that works. Those guys generally need some holes.
Right. Well, Texas wanted to keep Christian Clark. It's not like they told him, "Hey, man,
right,
we're getting these guys. You have to leave." It was
they thought a lot of that dude. Believe me.
Well, I mean, he didn't play. I don't know. I mean, he didn't play that much this past year. Like he had to play in the Michigan game because everybody else opted out and was gone.
Right.
Well, you go close the blinds. You're dying over there. I can handle this. I can handle this for a minute. Yeah, look, Texas wanted to keep Christian Clark, but again, I mean, once the Longhorns added Hollywood Smothers, and it's like, okay, we've got 2 guys who are better than you and 2 guys who are going to be ahead of you on the depth chart. Then Christian Clark kind of saw the writing on the wall. He wanted some opportunities to play, and he got a decent payday from South Carolina to go do that.
Yes,
so yeah, that's what this was. This wasn't Texas. Like they would have loved to have kept Christian Clark, not just for 2026, but also for developing him for the 2027 season and maybe 2028 as well. But as we saw with so many other Longhorns, they want to play right now.
Yeah, he may have a little bit more than you think. So.
Yeah, well, look, I think every Longhorn fan was a little bummed when he left because of what he did against Michigan. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's going to sound like I'm bashing the kid. I don't mean to bash the kid. I wish he was still here. If Christian Clark hit the portal before Michigan, would anybody be talking about him as like a big loss?
No.
He had a very good game. Again,
yes.
He looked very impressive. But like one game, non-playoff bowl game. I don't know if he's like going to be a stud somewhere else.
No, he's not. He's not the answer for anybody.
I just didn't see enough from him.
Maybe Texas State.
Yeah, I didn't see enough from him to be like, okay, he should prevent Texas from going after Raleek Brown or Hollywood Smothers.
Oh, no, he can't prevent you from going after anybody, no.
Yeah, so that's, again, I think he can develop into a nice player, but he should not have, and he did not impact Texas's portal plans.
He's a role guy that you can find a role for him,
right?
Whether it's short yardage or whatever. He needs to be that guy that you turn into, well, I know exactly what he can do in this situation. He needs to be that guy.
Yeah.
But as an every down guy that you're expecting to get some highlight runs out of, no.
We'll see what he is at South Carolina. And Texas does not play the fake USC this year, so we won't have to see him on the schedule. But I'm curious to see what type of running back he turns into.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously an upgrade for Texas. Again, the duo of Brown and Smothers racked up 101 missed tackles on the season as well. There is big play ability. There is broken tackle ability. There's turning nothing into something ability.
And the one guy has great balance, the Arizona State kid. What a great balance he has.
Yeah.
You better hit him. You better get a clean shot on him, because if you don't, he's spinning and moving. He's good. He's that running back wide receiver type of guy. You know, that you see it in like Gibbs, where if you don't tackle them and they get a step on you, you got a problem.
Right. Yeah. And that's exciting because Texas didn't have that this past year. But so I'm excited about that, right? They've totally upgraded their running back room. It's a night and day difference from what we just saw this past year. But I do have a question with the running back room. There's not a lot of size there. And I wonder who the short yardage / goal line / jumbo personnel back is going to be. Now, Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers, they can break tackles. They've run between.
Smothers is that guy.
Well, the problem is, and maybe it's not a problem, but Raleek Brown is 5'9", 195.
Yes.
Hollywood Smothers is 5'11", 195. That's not your typical, hey, we're going to run it in between the tackles. We need 2 yards at the goal line here. We're going to give it to this guy, and we know he's going to get into the end zone. Like, those two guys are shy of 200 pounds, Buck.
Yeah, Smothers is close to an explosive guy when it's those type of runs than the other kid is.
Well, they're both explosive. Like, there's no question about their explosivity. It's the question of,
I mean, they can get a yard. They can get the push. They both can get the push. I think Smothers can give you more physicality.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think they're both capable of it. But again, it's like, I mean, it's not just them. James Simon is back. James Simon's a little bigger. He's at 205. Derek Cooper, it's actually the biggest of the running backs because he's 6'1", 205.
I don't like the big, tall guy down there. I don't care if he
can. That big, tall, 6'1", big, tall?
Yeah, that's kind of tall for me. Those 5'11", 6-foot guys are fine. I don't care that you can stretch the ball over the goal line, unless this guy can actually jump over the top like a Priest Holmes. If you can get airborne and get it done, that's fine. I don't care how you get it done.
Right. I just don't know. Like, there's no obvious guy you can point to where it's, okay, I know, like last year, look, it didn't work out this way at all because neither of these guys were good at this role. But C.J. Baxter was 230 pounds. It's like, right. Going into the year, he is our short yardage guy. You also had a dude nicknamed the Baby Rhino because of how good we thought he was in short yardage, or at least how good the coaching staff thought he was in short yardage. So that wasn't really a question we were asking. Now, again, we didn't get anything we were looking for from those two. But I just, looking at the sheer weights of these guys, like the biggest running back they have is 205, Buck.
Yeah, well, don't worry about it. Their offensive line just has to be better too.
Of course.
I'm more so worried about the guys getting me some kind of movement on the offensive line. I think they have good enough backs with the two guys that are coming here. Either one of those guys have enough physicality to get it done.
I guess I should add that Jet Walker's listed at 210. So technically, the freshman coming in from Georgetown is the heaviest tailback on the team.
Yeah, somebody's going to have a role. I mean, that's a part of coaching that position. You can specialize your coach into a guy in short yardage, goal line. Here's the way you got to, this is what I want you to do. This is the way I need you to turn your body. You got to get used to doing this on contact, this spinning this way, knowing where guys are slanting to down the goal line, things like that. You can specialize your player. I mean, that's where some of the coaching comes in. But more than anything is that offensive line just has to be better. You got enough guys with enough physicality and explosive, 2 or 3 yards, goal line, 4 yards in, running the ball. You got what you need. The line is the thing you just need to worry about. How do those guys come together?
Right.
How are some of those individuals that you brought in? Are they, they could have been all world somewhere else, but are they going to be all world here?
Right. I'm less certain about that. And I see to your judgment because it is the running back position, but I'm less confident that Texas has it's going to be fine in those short yardage situations with the tailbacks that they have.
As they are right now, if they try to roll Michael Terry in there, I'm going to be like, you guys have got to be kidding me. Well, unless something drastically happens.
He's 215 and he's bigger than any of those guys we talked about.
Yeah, well, he runs like he's 115.
I don't really know how he runs. We saw him get 1 carry in the Michigan game, and I don't really know if you'd even call that running.
And curled up into his cocoon before contact. I'm like, really?
I don't even know if I'd call that running what he did there.
No.
So maybe with the whole off season working at running back, if he even is going to be working at running back, then
or tight end or whatever he's going to play.
They find that kind of role for him. But yeah, obviously the offensive line has to get better. We know this. We've talked about this a lot. We're about to talk about them more. I understand that. Everybody understands that. There are people commenting the O-line. Yeah, of course the O-line was a huge problem with the run game last year. But you can also have some running backs who can turn nothing into something. Texas did not have that in 2025.
No, they didn't have it out in the middle of the field.
Right. They do. They do in 2026. But again, a short yardage, jumbo, goal line. Those guys were doing that in the ACC and the Big 12. It's great. SEC, I think, is a different beast.
Yeah, but I think they're good. They're good enough. If you give me a little bit of movement, I think you got 2 backs now that can get it done. And even at their size, 195, 195, 205, I think they should be just fine.
So that's one of the things. Again, the home run ability is what I'm excited about. The lack of size in the run game is one thing that concerns me a little bit. Another thing that I'm excited about, Buck, you talk about big play abilities with your running backs. How about the big plays this wide receiver room is going to have?
Yes, that should be fun.
Obviously, that has a lot to do with the quarterback who's returning, but Ryan Wingo is a big play machine.
Yes.
Adding Cam Coleman, the top-ranked transfer portal receiver, and everything that he possesses within his skill set is going to help with that a ton. And, Emmett Mosley can get open deep down the field as well.
Yeah, you're going to get Emmett Mosley running some tight end routes because I don't know what you're going to do at that position, but there ought to be routes that are run inside for a guy who's got really good hands.
Yeah, Mosley is being selfless. He is willing to play in the slot more this year.
Yep.
Right. And that's obviously good for Texas because you want Coleman, Wingo, and Mosley on the field together as often as you can because those guys are all very good. But traditionally, all 3 of those guys are more outside guys. And Emmett Mosley, you think of a slot guy, again, traditionally a little smaller in stature. Emmett Mosley 6'2", 205. But he's willing to do that, and I think he's going to be good in that role.
Well, a guy's willing to do it when he's got good hands, when he doesn't have any fear, the balls, he's going to catch the balls. He's not worried about getting clocked because he's a little guy inside. He's got really, I think he's a really talented player that just got here late, coming off injuries, but a guy who should be fully healthy and have a really great year.
Yeah, I agree. I'm excited to see him. Texas.
Oh, yeah, and I got a feeling that Arch is really going to rely on him a lot.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, Sark doesn't rotate his wide receivers a whole hell of a lot. That's something that we've learned. So, you've got Khalil Lockett, you've got Dale McCutcheon also waiting in the wings. But, those are your top 3. If those guys stay healthy, they're going to be the dudes on the field a ton.
Absolutely.
So, they should be able to put up big numbers in what should be a much more consistent passing offense in 2026. And, the big playability that you have there is just ridiculous.
Dude, and all 3 of those guys are gone, aren't they? They could be gone after next year.
Yes.
Wow.
All 3 of them could be gone. Yep.
So
Coleman,
you do want to see some young guys.
Yeah, it's a good point. Look, you're playing a long season, right? You've got 12 regular season games, and hopefully we're playing 15 or 16 next year. So you're going to see some of Khalil Lockett and Dale McCutcheon
Right.
times next year. You obviously want to see those guys progress, but yeah, it's a good point. I mean, also, you want to see not only what they can help you with this year, but you want to get a glimpse of what your wide receiver room can look like in 2027.
Absolutely.
I think Mosley of those three is the most likely to return. And Cam Coleman, I think, is one and done. There's no question. Something would have to have gone horribly wrong for him to be back in 27. Wingo, I think when he got to campus, the expectation was he was a 3-and-done player, and he's going into year 3. So those two guys, I would say, more than likely gone.
Yeah, I mean, if Wingo has a year where he's still lacking that consistency, but somebody in the NFL just body-wise, and they think they can coach him up to catch better and be more consistent, he may go on that. But he also is going to see who the quarterback is here the following year. If there's any indication that whoever's behind Arch Manning is ready to go and he could have an unbelievable senior year, he may stick around.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice if it happens.
Yeah, those guys have those decisions to make, and then they have other people that can help make those decisions, who the quarterback is, what the offensive line is like. I mean, those decisions, your quarterback, that dude's going to be gone. If he has a good year, he's going to be gone. But your next guy, if he gets in there and your receivers say, man, this guy can throw. I've caught a lot of passes from him. This guy's going to be just okay. He can make me some money the following year. He may stay. But he's got to be consistent. If he has one of those, I catch 5, but I drop 2, that's not going to work out.
I don't know.
And somebody's going to take a shot no matter what, period.
Right.
I mean,
I'm wondering if Ryan Wingo has the exact same year he just had, would it be a little disappointing for Texas fans? Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
But if he's second team all SEC, he's got close to 850 yards and a bunch of touchdowns, and he makes all the big plays.
Second round, early third round.
Right. I don't think he's going to fall super far in the draft, and that's why I'm not sure.
Too much potential.
Right. I like what you're talking about. Believe me, I'd love to have 2 more years of Ryan Wingo. I don't know if we're going to get that. So that's why you got to strike while the iron's hot.
I'm knocking on wood that it'll be much, much better, his consistency. But I'm not saying that it couldn't be worse, because when a guy has feet on where your hands should be, sometimes that you just don't know what you're going to get. You're talking about a box of chocolates now.
Yeah. I've coined him as the most frustrating player in recent Texas football history. Right. And that's an endearing term. It might sound totally disrespectful. He's frustrating because I know he's a freaking beast. I know how good he is. We all know how good he is.
And you can tell he wants to be
right. Yeah.
Exceptional. Yeah.
You don't get to that level without putting in the work. And it's just, God, if he could just be a little more consistent with his hands. It's like, I don't want him to be what could have been. I'm hoping, Xavier Worthy's second to last year was filled with that. Bunch of drops. He's playing with a broken hand, which was a big part of that. But it's like, God, this guy's so good. He's so talented. Why does he keep dropping? Just imagine what he's like if he doesn't drop. And then his last year, he cleaned it up. Wasn't perfect at it, but cleaned it up a lot. He was awesome. All-American, first-round pick by the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's like, I don't think Ryan Wingo's that level of athlete.
Yeah, but he will clean up his route running. He will get better just on an experience and time in this offense. So that will change a lot. But it's the hands. That's why you're a wide receiver, because you can catch. So if you're inconsistent with catching, all that other shit is nice, but man,
and I'll be honest,
it really matters.
For sure. And the one sort of question mark about Cam Coleman is at times he had some.
Yes, I remember when he was a freshman, he made some big plays. He also had some easy catches but now that dude goes up with the best of them to get a ball now.
Oh my God. I mean, the strengths could totally outweigh that one little weakness. The pros totally outweigh the cons for both of those guys. Right.
Right.
So again, I think Texas has one of the best wide receiver rooms in the country. That's sort of the one question, I guess, that you may have. And also it's just, the size with these guys. It's like you don't have that traditional slot receiver side. Like Wingo, Mosley, Coleman, and Lockett are all 6'2" or taller, which I don't think I'm really complaining about that. But you don't have that 5'9", 5'10" guy in your top 4 who I
think when this team is really, really good, the tight end position is really important. And especially in the passing game. I always know what most of the time I'm going to get from tight ends in the run game. Being the running back coach, I'd look at guys and some of the great tight ends that, the Texas, and we didn't have great tight ends, but we had when Ricky, and Priest and those guys, but I knew who could run block and just hold on enough or a hold without getting caught.
Yeah.
And I said, if you run this way and you screw up and you bounce around, if the defender goes outside, that guy right there is going to grab him, and you may have a nice run by taking that decision because he's not going to block him. He's going to grab him. That's what he does. I've been watching him practice every day. This is what he does when guys just get off of him a little bit. So, but the pass game is important, I think, here.
Yeah, I mean, Texas doesn't have a Jack Endries or a Gunnar Helm or a Jatavion Sanders when it comes to a pass-catching threat at tight end. I do like the Michael Masunas pickup a lot, the transfer from Michigan State.
That'll be interesting to me and see if they're going to work him early or they're going to wait till game number 8 and decided maybe we should throw some balls to him.
Well, I mean, he had 19 catches last year. Like, Texas didn't bring him in to be Jack Endries. His biggest strength is that
he didn't bring Jack Endries in here to be Jack Endries. It looked like for a while.
You're right. No, it turns out. I mean, Jack Endries has been crushing it at the East-West Shrine Bowl stuff, which is good for him. But yeah, that's always like we'll always be wondering why Texas didn't make that guy a bigger part of the game plan. But yeah, Michael Masunas, I mean, he's not that level of receiver. He's just a really good inline blocker, and he can block for the run, but he can also help in pass pro too.
Sure.
It'll be, Texas. Sark likes the deep ball. We know that. And Arch Manning can throw a great deep ball. We know that. And Wingo and Coleman are two guys who can get down the field and catch the deep ball. So, like, having an extra tight end to stick around and block on some of those plays, you normally think blocking with the tight end, you think of running blocking. No, these guys going to be used in pass pro too, in max protect situations to give Arch Manning some time to get the ball to his explosive playmakers on the outside. That's the strength right there. So
there's no doubt.
I mean, Masunas had 3 touchdowns. Jack Endries had 3 touchdowns. So, like, he gives you a little spunk there. I think Nick Townsend, out of anybody in that tight end room, has the most potential as a receiver. And we'll see what he does. It's just his second year of college football that he's going into. But
it is a big year for him. You'll see a change in that dude.
I hope so. And he was not an early enrollee when he got to campus, so a little bit behind the 8 ball. But again, I keep bringing up the fact that he scored a touchdown in the A&M game. I know it was not a receiving touchdown. They handed it to him on a little tight end jet sweep.
Once again, you would have scored on that.
Well, they trusted him is my point. They wouldn't have trusted me in that spot.
I think they would have trusted you to fall forward for 1.5 yards or 2 yards when there's nobody there. You come around the end and everybody's going one way, and there you are. You would have not tripped yourself, I don't think. I think you would have been able to run in the end zone on that.
I don't know all of the rules. We got to get Dean Blandino here because he's very helpful, because those, TV ref analysts, they know everything. Is it against the rules to shit yourself during a play?
Well, you're okay if you start to do that at the 1 yard line, but you still get in the end zone and you've completed your shard, you're okay. You have to finish by the time you get that extra yard.
As long as it's completed by what, the snap of the football, or by the time I get the football?
No, you have to. It has to be completed. You can't still be grunting and moaning once you hit the end zone. Once you hit the goal line, the ball crosses the line, you have to be completely done. It has to be coming out of the bottom of your pants leg.
Okay, all right. Well, then maybe
nobody wants to tackle you. Is that what you're saying? They will stay away from you, period?
Yeah.
You'd like for them to see that in your pants as you're going around the corner and they go, let him go. Just let him go.
Yeah, whatever it takes to not get tackled by a Division I college football player, I'm in. Whatever I can do with the rest of my life to ensure that never happens to me, then
I'll just say this. That was great for that kid. That was great for that kid's ego or whatever, but it wasn't that big of a deal.
No, again, the bigger thing is that they trusted him in that spot. But that doesn't mean, Nick Townsend's going to have 50 catches this year as a tight end, and oh my God, he's going to be the focal point of the Texas offense in 2026.
The analyst on the sideline said the most likely guy that they're thinking is going to get this ball, coach, would be the tight end in a little reverse. Yeah. They're not, according to my analytics, they have no clue. They're going every place except for to that guy. And Sark said, okay, analyst, this is what you're getting that $30,000 for. I'm going to hand it off to him. We've practiced this since you told us all week. Nobody's covering that guy.
That was good analing then by
yeah, nobody thought that guy. You didn't. I didn't. The American people didn't. Nobody knew.
No, you're right. You're right. Nick Townsend, though, top 100 player in the country coming out of high school, the 5th ranked tight end in the class of 2025.
What are his measurements?
His recruiting page has him at 6'3", 235. That may be outdated. I'm going to pull up the Texas roster here. Nick Townsend, according to the Texas Longhorns official website, 6'3", 241.
Yeah, okay. He's 240.
That'll work.
Yeah, he's 245 going on 250. He's gonna have that. I don't want him at 250. He's just fine right where he is.
Yeah.
So he's all right to block, but he can get out in the passing lanes. If his hands are good, he's got to be your guy. You're right.
My UTSD is kicking in here. They can't try to put on a bunch of weight.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's right. He's fine right where he is. He doesn't need to do anything else.
They did that with Hammer Hands, and they had him playing at like 265 last year, and he wasn't good at anything. So
one thing we know about this kid, we know he can run 2 yards and he can take a handoff.
Right. I think he's got some wiggle. I think he's got a little juice. And again, I think he's got the highest ceiling of any of the tight ends from a pass game standpoint on this Texas roster. They've got Amari Winston too. I think is a solid player. Again, Miscellaneous will give you a little spunk through the air, but more of what he does, I think, will be noticed in the blocking game.
Yeah, and that's where Mosley ends up catching those type of passes, I think, in the traffic stuff. You start because he's tall, and you look for him. He's the guy who catches those type. I'm not worried about that particular tight end catching 60 balls. No.
Well, here we are again talking about fixing red zone struggles.
Yes.
That's been kind of a pertinent issue for Texas these last few years, and it's every year it feels like, well, the tight end's going to be the guy. The tight end's going to be the guy, and it just hasn't happened. So whatever it is, I mean, look, having Arch Manning, he's one of the best red zone weapons in the sport.
No doubt.
Makes a huge difference. He had 10 rushing touchdowns this past year. Like, use his legs down there. But having a couple of other guys that you can rely on to get you into the end zone when you're close, that's going to be paramount. So whether it's Mosley or one of the tight ends or the running game that we talked about earlier, right? Having that short yardage guy that you can just hand the ball off to and knows he's going to get you 6. That would be much appreciated by this Texas fan.
Yeah, and they've got 2 backs. And when you look at them, those 2 guys are solid enough. Yeah. Everything doesn't have to be blocked perfectly, but it sure would be nice to see some holes, like we did, like we saw in the bowl game against that bad Michigan group. That's fine.
That was a pickup line I used back in the day. Sure would be nice to see some holes.
Yeah, that always works.
Yeah, I got a couple of drinks thrown at me for that one. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We got a couple more of these to get to. What excites me, what has me questioning things a little bit after most of the transfer portal window has come to an end. But before we dive back into the Horns, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say to our good friends over at Relax the Back, folks, live pain-free is their motto for sure. And I have been doing just that for 20-some years with this wonderful office chair that I have from Relax the Back. You know, they've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. They have zero-gravity recliners, the office desk chair. They're absolutely fantastic. If you got any problems on your body, whether it's your neck, your shoulders, your lumbar, your thoracic, your hips, please call in our friends at Relax the Back. You'll find an accessory or a chair or a mattress that fits you, and you want to feel good during 2026 and onward, go to Relax the Back. And if you know somebody that's suffering from joint pain, neck pain, back pain, please tell those folks, just go by the store. They will sit there. They'll talk to you about an accessory, and you'll see they have big office chairs. They got small ones. They've got the leather ones. They've got regular chairs. I love the leather seat, BK. I love the support that I've had from this chair, because I had one time I thought maybe in 2 or 3 years, a chair would be like my phone, obsolete, and I'd have to go to a different chair. Not so fast, man. This chair has been awesome. There's nothing that relieves my back better, the pain in my back, than the chairs over at Relax the Back. 2 great locations, and BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yeah, there's a really good combination that you could make with the Relax the Back chair and an audio-visual consultations TV.
Oh, yeah, baby.
That's the dream setup right there. And, man, the Olympics start next weekend, Buck.
Getting their skating going, man.
Your figure skating will be underway soon.
Little bobsled going on. Hockey.
We're going to need a scouting report from you this week and maybe some tips for the gamblers out there. Because you ask me, the best part of the Olympics is the money.
Are those big bet? They bet on everything, huh?
Bear shit in the woods.
Wow.
I mean, we got curling. Curling's not going to bet on itself.
You'll be all over that, won't you?
Someone's got to do it. Yeah, I got to look at some curling ratings over there. See if Ken Palm's got anything for me. AV Console say, hey, whatever your event is in the Olympics, maybe you don't care about the Olympics. So you want to watch college basketball. Obviously, the NCAA tournament just over a month away. College baseball starts in a couple of weeks. Texas is going to be really good again. Golf season is back. I mean, Super Bowl is a week from Sunday. Maybe we should have started there. It's a good time to make the call to audiovisual consultations. They're back at work.
Get that big screen in for Super Bowl.
Oh, my God. You can get the 85-inch big screen like the Buck has. You can get the home theater room. I mean, they do projectors up to like 150 inches. You have everybody over for the big game and for every big game all year long. You can get the 4-screen man cave like I have. 4 65-inch TVs all on one wall. I don't miss a moment of the action, and it's all thanks to audiovisual consultations. And it's not just us. They've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988, coming up on 4 decades of doing this. They're the best in the business. They get the best prices. Don't buy a TV and then call them. No, they can get all of the gear, the TVs, the speakers, the surround sound, everything. They get it at the best price because they buy in bulk, and they can install everything just the way you want it. I'm telling you, your home will be the place to be for friends, for family, for yourself, for sports, for shows, for movies, for everything. All you have to do is make the call to AV Consultations, 512-255-8678.
Nice. Oh, my God, BK. Am I going to have to get rid of my Texas Sports Unfiltered sign back there?
You can keep it if you want.
Yeah, I could keep it, couldn't I?
You could sell it on eBay for
very nice.
A couple grand.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put my Yankees uniform back there now.
No.
All
right, change of plans. We're keeping TSU.
Hey, it's almost that time. Spring ball. Let's go. Let's get to spring practice, boys.
I would love, you know what a fat head is, Buck?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Can we get you a Derek Jeter fat head?
Oh, my God.
And have that guy behind you every...
You think Jeter has a fat head?
Of course.
No.
It's Jeets.
He wouldn't let them do that to him.
I thought that's your guy. I mean, he's one of the best Yankees of all time, isn't he?
Does his wife have a fat head that she can put back there?
I would pay good money for that.
That one, yeah. That'd be a nice poster in the back.
Oh, my God. Her talking to a horse?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at the Fathead website. I'm seeing some Derek Jeter options.
Nice.
God, Fatheads, man. That had like a 5-year run. That was the biggest deal ever. It was also came out when I was a kid.
No, really? They came out when you were a kid. You have that on your wall in your room?
I didn't have one. I had a couple of friends who did, and I always thought it was the coolest shit ever. And my parents were like, nah, I don't think so. And also, I don't think my ceilings were like high enough in my room to put one of those things up. Things are giant.
Yeah, I had all kinds. I had a Farrah Fawcett poster. I had like Angela Davis from the Black Panthers. Oh. I had those black light posters. I had all kinds of stuff in my room. My room was like scary, especially when I lived in Pennsylvania and you come up in the attic with the black lights on in there. You'd come up and you'd start going halfway up the steps and you'd go, why is it so dark in this guy's room?
No black lights, please.
Oh, I had black lights. I had it all, man.
We don't want that. Nobody wants to see what's in that room. We've all heard the stories. No, thank you.
Of those lights?
Yeah, those lights. Yeah, I don't know. Get you a fathead. Or what about a big Farrah Fawcett poster? Put that one up.
There you go.
Be good. Oh, man. All right. So there you go. Shout out to Audiovisual Consultations and all of our tremendous sponsors here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. None of this would have been possible without them. Altstadt Beer as well, the best beer that you could find here in the great state of Texas. You're going to need it for your Olympic watching. You're going to need it for your big game watching. Yeah, the Super Bowl is coming up 1 week from Sunday. You need a great beer for your watch parties, or if you're just hanging out at home, make that Altstadt beer. They have a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives, without additives. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. If you're doing dry January, good for you, but that's almost over. Ring in February.
That's almost gone.
You could start your February drinking already. You've got my permission, but obviously when we get to the weekend, we will get to February and crack open an ice cold Altstadt beer to start your 2026 drinking. It's my choice. It should be yours as well. It is Altstadt beer. No impurity.
I don't know how people do that. The old, I'm not going to drink for January. I'll start back up in February. I'm like, really?
I know. Yeah.
You wasted that's a good month.
The alcoholic brain cannot comprehend that at all.
Yeah.
That's just a real thing. I mean, my brain cannot comprehend that at all.
But you've done that. You've gone that whole stretch of a month and said, no, I'm not doing it.
I've never done it.
No,
I've never done it.
Why waste your time?
I guess for the first 16, 17 years of my life, I did dry every month,
Well, yeah, of course.
But since then, I don't know if I've ever gone. Matter of fact, I think I know I've never gone a full month without drinking. I just, I don't want to waste it. Like you said, can't waste it.
You're trying to live, aren't you?
Trying to live. I am trying to live. All right. So back to the Longhorn football conversation, Bug. I think I got your answer already talking about the offensive line. Is that what sort of scares you the most with where Texas is as a roster here on January 27th?
I think that's that and possibly the play calling are the things I fear.
Okay.
I'm just as wide open to the defense being outstanding with the new defensive coordinator. I'm not going to be he should have never done that. I'm not going to waste my time doing that all year next year saying, oh, we shouldn't have done that. You've done that. It's there. I mean, how good is Will Muschamp? I mean, that's to be seen. It's going to be seen one way or the other. So spending your time trying to bash what Sark did when it comes to the defensive coordinator, that's just it is what it is.
Well, if the defense is bad, it won't be a waste of time, right?
Well, yeah, but I've been waiting 3 years. I've been going, they can't be as good as they were that year. They can't be this good. How can they continue to do that? I know they're Texas. It's not. One year there's going to be a drop-off somehow.
Well, there was a little bit this past year. There's no doubt. I mean, you compare the defensive numbers from 23 and 24, the 2 years Texas made it to the playoff, to 2025. This defense wasn't bad last year, and you could argue it was the better side of the football than the offense last year.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it was great. You're right, just because it was the better side.
Yeah, it wasn't as good in terms of points per game allowed, in terms of yards per game allowed, in terms of some of the more advanced analytical metrics. It did take a little bit of a step back in 2025, again, compared to what we had seen the 2 previous years. So I think that was a part of the change too. It's like if Texas had a top 5 defense in America 3 years in a row, and Steve Sarkisian made this change. I mean, there's already a bunch of people questioning it and wondering why the hell did it happen? Did it need to happen? Right. What are you doing? You've got a good thing going. Why mess with it? But because the defense took a little bit of a step back, I think it's more palatable for a lot of people out there that, all right, we would like to get back to where we were. And if Sark didn't think that was possible under PK, then let's make the move.
Yeah, I was more worried about the secondary than I was the defensive line. They've done fantastic job with the defensive line. I always want better linebackers, but I mean, those things are hard to come by. If you have one, that's fantastic. It's going to be hard to get 2 great ones. It just is, you don't see that often unless it's Georgia, where they have 2 inside guys that are just unbelievable.
Yeah, on the D line. Yeah,
I mean in the linebacker area where there's just 2 inside guys that are unreal. I mean, somebody's going to be lacking inside. I don't see that many teams that just have unbelievable guys inside.
Yeah.
I mean, even Indiana had a smallish guy that he could play his ass off, but he wasn't a great one,
I feel great about the defensive front 7 for Texas. I really do. The job that they did in the linebacker room, considering all that departed with Anthony Hill and Trey Moore and Leonga Lafau, and I guess you could throw Bo Barnes in there too. That was a massive question mark going into portal season. And I feel like they did a great job addressing it. I mean, Rasheem Biles is a freaking monster. That guy is an All-American caliber player. Getting Justin Cryer from Florida State, I like that pickup. You've got Anthony Smith back. Tyler Atkinson, the 5-star, one of the top 15 recruits in the country this past year. I think he's going to be ready to go from day one. So, and Brad Spence, it sounds like he's going to be playing more linebacker. That's a guy who had more than 50 tackles at Arkansas his last year there, playing a traditional linebacker spot. So I don't know if it's going to be like, oh, elite Georgia level linebacker play, but I do think that's going to be.
But it could be.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the strengths of the team. Like, I mean, Rasheem Biles to Anthony Smith, that's a pretty good one too. And then you've got, again, some depth there with Cryer, with Smith, with Brad Spence. Like, there's also Boswell, the Akron transfer coming in too. I mean, there's some talent there. There's some experience there. There's some depth there. That should be a pretty good part of this Texas defense.
Yeah, it's the secondary that you can say it's going to be this, but those are like, let's just wait and see them on the field. And it takes them a couple games to get going, to get together, make sure the communications is right. But speaking of losses over the last 3 years, just think of the guys that they've lost in that secondary over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, first round guy. I mean, real live players.
Yeah, excuse me, Buck. Yeah, no, I think the secondary, I mean, look, that was the biggest difference in the defense, and why overall it took that mini step back was the pass defense just wasn't good.
Right.
And that's why Dwayne Aquino was one and done. That's why he's not here. So not only did you make the DC change, but you bring back Blake Gideon to hopefully help with your secondary. But yeah, Texas felt losing Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba.
Yes.
Right? Those guys were sorely missed this past year. And now you lose Michael Taff and Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo too. But Taff and Muhammad, like, those guys were staples back there and really good players. So they have had a mass exodus of talent there, and they've recruited well. They brought in Bo Masco, the transfer from Rutgers. I like his game, but like, I'm more concerned, I guess, about the back end than I am the front seven with the defense.
Well, I am too.
I don't know.
I am too. I mean, after last year for sure, because I feel confident they know what they're looking for when it comes to those front seven guys, especially those front four. I think they know exactly what type of player they want in the program, what they're looking for, big guys that can move, that can take up some space too. And when it comes to defending the run, because they understand what they're going to get in the SEC. They're going to get a lot of hard run at them, and they're Texas, and everybody, once again, wants to prove that let's just see how many punches they can take, you know?
Sure.
And they've held in here for 3 years, and I'm wondering when it's going to happen. But in that secondary, that's the one that hurts you. That's the one that gets you if you don't have a pass rush. And they've got that. They've got incredible pass rushing ability. So that helps out this secondary. So maybe I'm worried about the wrong thing.
I mean, it's fair to have questions, right? There's a lot of guys who are leaving. So you're wondering how those holes are going to be filled. I don't know. I mean, Texas went out and got Ian Jaffrard from Arkansas, who's like 390 pounds. That guy's going to do a really good job of clogging up the middle. That was the first commit, by the way, that Texas got in the portal. So they're like you, Buck. Like, I think Sark realizes how important it's been to have an elite run defense around here. And he's like, we're not messing around. We see this big body run stuffer with SEC experience. We are getting this dude before we do anything else.
Yeah, you're right.
So that hopefully is, hopefully Jaffard's really good.
By the way, those guys that they've gotten like that have gone on to the NFL too.
Right. 100%. I mean, Cole Brevard was a good transfer pickup from Purdue. If Jaffard can be that, I think you're all right. I don't think Jaffard's Devondre Sweat. Right. He's definitely not Byron Murphy. Those guys are really hard to find. And Byron Murphy, by the way, went away from a Super Bowl, which is pretty cool. But like, I think he can be very good and help Texas have, again, another elite run defense. And it's more like Texas should be good at safety back there. I mean, they got Jelani McDonald back, which is massive. Xavier Filsaime has played a lot of football. He's going into his third year. Derek Williams got talked out of the portal. He's going into year 4. Jonah Williams, Buck, the highest ranked recruit that Texas signed last year. Obviously, he's got baseball coming up, which I'm always fascinated to see how he handles things in the spring between baseball season and spring football.
A lot of wear and tear on his body.
I know. Him staying healthy is obviously paramount. But I've seen him play. He's going to be really good on the football field if he stays healthy. It's just corner I'm a little more worried about. I like Bo Masco a lot. But again, I haven't seen him at Texas. And Cade Phillips is going into his true sophomore year. I thought he ended his freshman year incredibly well, and people are super excited about him, but he still doesn't have a ton of reps under his belt. And then, Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, those guys have been so up and down. Those are your first and second corners off the bench. I think I'm more, just based off what I read and who I've talked to, I think I'm more nervous about corner than a lot of other guys who cover this team. But I won't lie, I am a little worried about cornerback in 2026. It's my biggest question on the entire defense.
And like I said, and those questions don't get answered until the second game of the year next year. You have to go against that group. You're not gonna you're gonna see guys run around against Texas State, knocking guys over and doing some good things. It's that following week that you'll know.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, right? Ohio State,
but it's a long season. I mean, it's a long season.
Yeah, that's your barometer, though. I mean, look, if things go bad against Texas State, then it's like, yeah. But if you beat Texas State by 40 the way you're supposed to, then it's like, that's great. But who are we really as a team?
Yeah, and I'd like to find out early, and that's good. Like I said, it's a long season. A lot of things can happen. But you can't lose. You can't lose 3.
Can't lose 3. No, 12-team playoff.
Unless you're Notre Dame.
If you're Notre Dame, man, you could probably lose 5 if you're Notre Dame.
Oh my
it doesn't
God.
matter. We'll make sure that they find their way into the playoff, right? Got to have Notre Dame, don't we?
I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they've done that.
That's really incredibly impressive, especially in today's day and age where everything gets leaked all the time. The fact that they were able to agree to that MOU under the table before anybody could stop it.
Who in control actually put their name to that? We haven't found out. So we need names of who said they can do this and who finally had their name signed right beside the president of Notre Dame's name that this is what's going to happen. We haven't found out who that person is, have we?
No, I don't think we have. I don't think I mean, it was somebody with the college football playoff who did it. So I don't have an actual name.
Can't blame Condoleezza Rice. I swear I saw her at the Denver game.
At the Broncos game?
Yeah, was that her?
I don't know. I didn't see her.
I think I saw her up in the suites there.
Did they show her and show a little graphic that said?
No, but they didn't say her name. They didn't say her name. But I said, that looks like my girl there, Condoleezza up there.
If it's your girl, wouldn't you know?
Oh, they've just kind of faded shots. And then I thought I heard that Lewis Hamilton is part owner of that deal.
Of the Broncos?
Yeah.
That sounds right.
He's got a portion of that deal too now.
Yeah, maybe he could have played quarterback.
Oh.
Why didn't Sam play quarterback? I saw enough from Stiddy in the second half. I don't root for people to get hurt, but I was like, all right, if Stiddy could tweak an ankle and Sam comes in for one play and throws like a 30-yard bomb in the blizzard, and then they'll just let him play the rest of the way, right? And then
he had it down. This was going to be the Cinderella story by Stiddy.
Stiddy.
That's right. He'll still be their backup next year for 6 or 7. They'll probably give him another $1 million on his contract.
Oh, for that performance? Scoring 7 points?
Yeah. He's not going to get less money. They're going to say, you know what? We put a lot into Stiddy. He didn't get it done, but he played in the game. Played the whole game, Stiddy did.
That's like giving Sark a raise after this year. He didn't do anything to warrant that.
Do we really know?
Stiddy did not do anything. He doesn't need to be cut, but he didn't do anything to where it's like, well, we have to pay this guy more after that.
It could be like a Notre Dame deal. That dude could be collecting something that we don't even know that just never got out there yet.
From the Broncos, away from the salary cap, like a Kawhi Leonard situation with the Clippers.
Yeah, no,
the owner's paying him on the side, like Lewis Hamilton is handing.
No, you're saying that about Sark. You don't know if he got a little bump here, a bump there.
It's legally, it's supposed to be reported. So,
we are playing legalities here in college football now.
But you think the coach got an under the table raise this offseason, and it wasn't reported? Are you reporting that? Because
I'm not reporting anything.
I'd love to run with that if you are.
No, I'm just saying. Would you be surprised? No, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think people give Sark stuff all the time. That comes with positions of power. So if you're just talking about free meals and stuff, I don't think I don't think that is ever going to go
My
away.
salary probably upped anyway for the following year.
All right. Yeah, already established.
Yeah, established from last year's bump.
All right. So that you're backing down from your point. I was like, you have
No,
something here.
I don't have it. No, I have nothing.
Well, Jared Stiddy's not getting a raise. And Chan says Condoleezza Rice was there, Buck.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you. You should have been there.
I didn't get the invite from her.
You and Sam Ellinger should have been there. I guess Sam was there.
We need to get Condoleezza Rice on. She is a football junkie now.
You have her number? Email?
I do. I have her number out at Stanford.
Hit her up. Get her on this week. Final week of TSU.
I should try to get her on. Yeah, I should make that call. Oh, first of all, I got to get my phone fixed today.
Got to go get your phone fixed today.
And hope her number's still in there.
Oh, it's saved. It's in the contact list.
Yes, it is.
Oh, nice. All right. You can't text. You can text on your phone, right?
No, it's got to go right to the provost.
This is an office number at.
You got to go through Gina or whatever her name is to get to.
Okay. The assistant's got to be a woman. I get that. Nice work.
And she will be known as Dr. Rice to me.
Is she a doctor?
Yeah, she has her doctorate in something. Doesn't everybody have one? You don't have one yet? Oh, that's right. You didn't play school.
No, I have a diploma. I got a BJ in school.
I got one of those.
Yeah. Did you?
And a BA. I got that too. Yeah.
Oh, you double major?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I got my bachelor in journalism at Texas. Classic.
Sweet.
It's a good thing. So there you go. I think that's everything I had in terms of what excites me and what scares me. I mean,
there's nothing in special teams. You never even mentioned Niblet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited about Niblet. I mean, Arch is number one on this list. Like, he's the biggest reason for confidence for me, and I think for just about everybody in Longhorn Nation for 2026. I mean, that guy finished the year arguably as the hottest quarterback in college football, what he did in the final 8 games. So I can't wait to see what he does this year. He's number one on the list. And, yeah, Ryan Niblet's a stud. I mean, star power on this team is real. If we're just talking about one thing that gives Texas a really good chance to compete for a national title this coming season, it's the star power that they have with Arch, with Coleman, with Wingo, with Gooseby, with Colin Simmons on defense. Jelani McDonald, I think, is a star player. Ryan Niblet on special teams is an All-American returner. Like, there aren't a lot of teams in college football that can match just that high-end star power. I didn't even talk about Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers. Those guys, I think, are stars. Like, your first team all-conference in a Power 4 conference, that makes you a star to me. So, yeah, all of that is the number one reason why I'm excited for what Texas is going to be and why I think big things could be in store this fall.
And this now it's about the fundamentals and the small things that matter in games and penalties and stupid stuff that can set you back that they got to fix. But once again, I'm putting my faith in the head coach who's going to be paying more attention to that stuff.
Yeah, they got to clean up the penalties, man. You don't have to be as good as Indiana was. I mean, Indiana was second in the country in terms of fewest penalties. Like that, you can win a national championship without being that elite there. But I don't know if you can win one if you're second to last in the country in penalties per game.
No, I think a lot of fans have got to the point that, you know, we beat this up pretty good about the penalties. But you see when it's championship play what that means. You see it in the NFL. You see it in high school. You see it in football, period. What a simple 5-yard penalty can do. And you can talk about all the star power in the world, but how that thing upsets the apple cart sometimes. Now, it's not going to do it every time. Sometimes you get, you know, you can overcome some of that. But if you gather enough of that stuff, it beats you down as a team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you only watched one game of college football this year, which I know nobody listening or watching us did, but if you just tuned into the national championship on Monday, or if you want to go back and watch just one game from the season,
yes,
penalties and special teams decided the national championship game, right? Like Indiana still had a few, but they had 3 less and 22 yards less of penalties. Indiana's first touchdown drive, the only touchdown drive either team had in the first half, Miami had an offsides and a pass interference on 2 separate third downs on defense, where if they just didn't commit those penalties, they get off the field. Remember, this was a 1-score game at the end. And then also special teams. right? The punt block for a touchdown and the doinked field goal. Like Miami was better than Indiana in a lot of different aspects on Monday night.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
But in those two things that don't always get talked about enough, they weren't. That's what lost them the game. And Texas has not been good enough in special teams, and they have not been good enough in penalties. And I'm worried that if those things don't get cleaned up, I would love for it to be in a national title game versus going 9-3 in the regular season, but that's going to lead to the ultimate demise of Texas football whenever it happens next year. So you're right. Like, that is a very fair concern, Buck. You've been all over that all year long. That is very, very fair, because in the biggest game in the sport this year, those little things, details, they literally swung the national championship.
So you can have all the analysts you want, but if you don't have somebody that can help you fix that problem, it's going to be what it is. It's a problem.
It's a problem. And it's been a problem. Like, I get it. You were better there, and having Ryan Niblett on special teams made up for a lot of those problems, but special teams was still not as good as it needs to be. And the penalties, again, there's no argument in favor of the number of penalties that Texas had. That was a joke.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Sark, when it's time for spring ball or whatever, how he addresses that. As that being a problem, or is that just, oh no, it's no big deal, we'll be better this year? You know, I know I as much as I don't really know the basketball coach, that would be one of the things that he would be talking about and letting you know.
I would love for Steve Sarkisian at his first press conference of the spring, or just the next time we hear from him, I hope somebody asks him about the penalties, like, hey, how do you get that cleaned up? And I hope he says, we had a virus last year.
We are not going to be the second dumbest team in the nation.
I hope he's like, shout out to Sean Miller. We had a virus last year. We will commit. We will hack. We will grab. We will hold the living shit out of you. I hope Sark basically goes on that exact rant, but for football instead.
That would be great.
Because it's the truth.
Well, it's more the truth than anything.
Yeah, like that. Texas, comparatively speaking, committed more infractions / penalties / fouls in football than Texas basketball has this year.
Wow.
And yet we still got the epic Sean Miller rant after the Kentucky game. Yeah, I love Sean Miller. That's awesome.
Yeah, I expect to hear more of what, you don't get much from the football coaches, but I expect to hear more of what Sark's role is now that he's got a defensive head coach. Here's more of what I'm doing. I'll let you people know. Here's what I've been into. This is what I've been doing. I haven't just been calling plays.
I just the offense has to be better, and a lot of the penalties has to do with the offense just not being good enough. Like, I think Sark, and he's the head coach, so this is always going to fall on him. That's how it works. But I think Sark trusts Jeff Banks enough for special teams.
Yes,
not
he
to say
does.
Sark doesn't do anything there, but it's like he wants Jeff Banks to run the special teams.
True.
He wants Coach Boom to run the defense. He's told us that. He wants to run the offense. So that's everything with the offense. So penalties on the offense was a huge problem. Like, too many false starts, too many holds, whatever.
You're right.
That part of things, Sark is like, that I am taking that upon myself to be better at that. And if it's not, if there's still a bunch of offensive line penalties, then that falls all on Sark. There is nobody else. He'll probably fire Kyle Flood next year. So there can be a scapegoat.
Yes.
But this fan base is going to be like, dude, that is you. All of these changes you made, you put the bullseye on your back for this offense. If something is wrong with the offense, it is on you.
Yes, you're right.
That's where we're at right there. All right.
And I think that's great to know what your weakness is when you're a coach like that, and you have enough people around you that, like you said, you trust Jeff Banks, he trusts the offensive line coach, he's trusting the defensive coordinator to do a bunch. Now that, like you said, it's on you. That's great to know what really can be holding you back, because you've been around football long enough. You just saw it in the national champ. You just saw it in a big game right there. These are the things that can hold. Hey, they can hold you back from a conference championship, from getting in a conference championship game. These are the things. You know what they are.
And you want to trust your staff, and that's what Sark's doing. We'll see if it works. I'm gonna wait and see. I'm confident that it will. Don't get me wrong. I think Texas is a playoff team that has a shot to compete and win a national title next year. But this ain't show friends, Buck. It's show business.
Yes.
And Sark could have moved off of Kyle Flood who's clearly a good friend. Could have moved off from Jeff. Like, there are some other guys on the staff that he could have moved off from that I think he kept around because he likes them. So did he get those moves right? We will see.
Very interesting.
We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line. Good Longhorn football conversation here on a Tuesday morning. Thank you all for being a part of it. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Someone on the text line says the Rams muffed punt cost them. Great point. NFL. You watched the NFL this weekend. Rams muffing the punt on special teams, turning into an easy touchdown for Seattle.
The dude for Seattle, the silly dude of Seattle, messing around with getting a personal foul when you're gathering momentum and you have an opportunity, you then just flip it around because you're being a dumbass. I mean,
that almost cost them. Thing. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just dumb. Gets you beat. You point the gun down at you put the gun down at your own feet. That gets you beat.
Yes, it does.
The real expression. All right, we've got some fun things to get to, including a Kim Mulkey outfit check for what she was rocking last night, Buck.
I hope she had feathers on.
Plus a real-life Hypothetical Tuesday situation and a couple other funny stories here down the stretch. But before we shift gears, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Some of our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems for close to 70 years in Central Texas, folks, they have been getting it done when it comes to heating, air conditioning, and plumbing now. Trust them to your plumbing. I had Mike McCall, thank goodness, or I would have jumped on and got the folks at Woods Comfort Systems, but Mike was in the area, so he came by. But if you got any problems with anything that's happened during the course of this freeze, whether it's inside your home or outside of your home, call the folks at Woods Comfort System. They'll get there. Their technicians will get it done for you. And I believe me, I've done that for the last 5 years. I got one of their systems in my home for air conditioning. I've not had a problem because I have 2 technicians that will come out twice a year and check everything out. And still, it ain't over with yet. I've said it's winter, but it ain't summer yet. So let's be careful with the heating there, making sure that your system is working properly. You want to get caught with no heat at this time of year for sure. So trust in the folks that I've trusted for over 5 years now, and people have trusted for close to 70 years in Central Texas. That would be Woods Comfort Systems, and nobody does it better.
WoodsComfortSystems.com. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to CentexTickets.com.
Oh, yeah.
If you're looking to go to any Texas basketball game, if you're looking to go to any Texas baseball or softball game when they return, any Texas Stars game, any Austin Spurs game. See what I'm doing here? You catch my drift? But it's not just sports. Concert tickets, show tickets, comedy shows, anything coming to Austin, anything coming to Central Texas, anything coming across the state of Texas. If you want to be there in person, Centex Tickets has you covered. They've got Masters tickets too, or they will have Masters tickets. So it's not just events happening here. It's any event that you want to go to. CentexTickets.com has your back. Don't forget the promo code Centex10 at checkout. You'll get 10% off of any ticket purchase.
Sweet.
And also some love to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to, my go-to, everybody's go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. It's crazy out there. Been seeing all these videos of cars sliding all over the road. Something happens to you today or somebody you know. A car wreck, 18-wheeler wreck, you get hurt on the job, a little slip and fall because your boss is making you go into work today. Hey, call in Hurricane Hecht. He's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. Been a good friend of mine for more than a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for more than a decade. He has your back. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open and flood your pockets with cash. 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com.
Great.
All right. Last night, the LSU women's basketball team had a game against Florida. They crushed them 89-60. They're really good. Top 10 in the country. Unfortunately, one of the Texas Longhorns' 2 losses this season. And, Buck, you talked about Condoleezza Rice earlier in the show. I know she's one of your woman crushes.
Yes.
But here's another one of your woman crushes. Here is the back of the jacket that LSU women's basketball coach Kim Mulkey was rocking last night.
Wow.
Look at that. That is a painted on tiger head. I mean, a giant painted on, intricate, detailed, purple and gold tiger head.
She just doesn't give a crap about what you think.
Never has, never will.
Never will. Never will.
Here's the full fit check. There she is walking. So the front, it's just a normal white blazer on the front. You don't think there's much to it. And then, bam,
And she can wear some bell bottoms, by the way, because she wears her heels. She does come with some 70s and 60 bell bottoms.
She's rocking, those are purple bell bottoms, by the way, with the
Wow.
high heels. Looks like they're felt material. It ain't like slack material. No chinos here. This is like a nice little felt that Kim Mulkey is rocking down low, but obviously the star of the show is the back
I
of
wish
the
she had a little
jacket.
bit more shake to her. I wish she had a little bit more shake. She kind of walks like a dude.
What does that mean?
I don't know. She's got more like a dude walk. There's not, I don't know if there is enough wiggle in that jelly. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's not enough recoil going on?
No.
Not enough junk in the trunk?
Well, she's got some junk in the trunk, but the jelly ain't moving.
Jelly ain't shaking.
I guess when you got a tiger in your back, you don't need to have all that going on. There's enough to be seen that you should be looking at. You other guys should be looking at the tiger, not what I'm looking at.
Oh, you're the only one who's allowed to look at.
Oh yeah. I got it a little bit different.
I'm here to tell you, you're like bragging about that. I think you're the only one who even wants to look at that.
What?
Yeah. This is not an attractive woman here, sir. You're like, this is not like a wide, Condoleezza Rice, all right. Kim Mulkey, I don't think this is like a widespread opinion that she is some extremely attractive lady. Don't beat me, Kim.
I don't think my man Jay would think that.
Which outfit do you prefer, by the way? Remember this one that we showed a couple weeks ago? The all gold dusted top and bottom with the tiger print.
I'm not down with that. That's too hookerish.
Oh, God.
This one right here. This is a classic right here.
There's my guy Joe Schwartz on the end of the bench, former Texas basketball player, former walk-on, now an assistant with.
She's letting you know she got a tiger in her tank.
Yeah, she does.
Yes, she does.
She doesn't need to be wearing that for me to know that there is a tiger inside there.
You still would be afraid if she came by you with that on and she wanted to say, "I got to have a word with you." Would you be a little nervous?
I have said it before, Buck, and I will not back down on this take anytime soon. There is nobody in the world, more than 8 billion people we've got on this planet. There's nobody in the world that I would rather find myself in a dark alley with less than Kim Mulkey.
Wow.
I do not want any part of that. All right. She's a fight to the death, and I ain't fighting fair person.
Because she ain't fighting fair either.
Take one of those heels and stab me in the eyeball.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't want any part of that. Maybe you're into that kind of kinky stuff. That ain't.
She's not as tough as she seems.
That ain't for me. Ooh, calling her out.
She's not that tough. She got to get a little bit more jiggle in there going on though.
All right, I'll let her know you say that. I'll ask my boy Joe.
Oh.
I'll just be like, hey, here's a message from my co-host. Will you tell Coach to get a little more jiggle in that wiggle, please?
Wow.
Sort of walk more like a woman, if you would. I'm sure he'll love that.
Somebody says she's wearing that outfit for me. I love that tiger on the back, though, man.
I know you do.
That's nice. That's a nice outfit. What about if she showed up in the line at Marshall's? You think those ladies would move out of the way? Number one is open here. You think somebody would say, ma'am, would you like to go up here and get out of this line? There's no reason for you to be standing in this line.
You think she's paying?
At Marshall's?
I think she's just walking out. And if someone tries to stop her, it's going to be a bad time for them.
Oh, my goodness. If they try to stop her at the parking lot and say, hey, listen, that stuff in your left hand, you need to go back and pay for that.
And don't forget about this one.
I ain't a sissy. I don't have allergies. I got some kind of cold. It might be COVID, but I ain't tested.
Remember that one?
She is no sissy. That's for sure.
Yeah, don't try to get her to wear a mask. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. So there you go. There's your Kim Mulkey fit check right there.
Scary.
Real hypothetical Tuesday situation, Buck, and we'll chop this one up with the guys. Actually, let's get to this little story here first before we bring on the boys from Chaos Theory. So, hotel rooms. You've traveled enough. You've stayed in a bunch of hotels, right? You know what they typically look like.
Yes.
We got to have redesigns. We got to modernize everything. That's just how we work. For some reason, even though it's tried and true and has worked forever, it's not good enough. We're not just talking about hotel rooms here. We're just kind of talking about society in general, right? We got to be on the cutting edge of things.
Nobody wants your old wooden furniture in their hotel room.
So think about it, right? In hotels forever, there's always been a bathroom door, whether it opens and closes or slide. I mean, usually it's open and closed, but sort of a newer age thing is you've got the sliding bathroom door, right?
Yes.
Well, now we've got a couple pictures here. We have hotel rooms with no separation between bedroom and bathroom, or something like this where it's literally open. It's glass and you could see right through between the bedroom and the bathroom in a hotel room. What are we doing here?
I don't want anybody see me on the potty.
No. Like frosted glass. Again, you've got basically like even a studio apartment has a door for the bathroom. Some of these don't even have doors. It's literally like you just walk from one area to another and then boom, you're in the bathroom.
Does anybody know your ass smells?
Mine or yours?
Everybody's.
No, everybody's. Yeah.
I mean, you mean the door doesn't shut?
No, some of them don't even have doors that shut. It's crazy. Hotel operators are saying rising costs and maintenance, that's what's forcing these changes, or trying to simplify room layouts and reduce long-term costs. And
for
instead,
the door?
You don't get a door for you. It costs money for a door, so instead you're not going to get a door for your bathroom.
Hey, you can do me a favor. You can put a curtain there and I'd be okay.
And that's better than nothing, but that doesn't stop the smell though, does it?
No, not at all.
Right. See, a curtain's better than just open, but dude, I'm going to start calling.
I used to have, of course, in the 60s, I'd have some beads, the old hippie beads. Just give me some beads hanging down, but don't be able to just sit in there and watch me on the potty. That's not good.
Right. And yeah, I don't, this is just a weird trend right there that I hope does not stick around.
Stop that while you can.
Yeah. And this one, it does look like we got a commenter say that there's a little privacy curtain on the right or on the left, okay, which you can see. But again, some of them, I mean, there's all sorts of people posting online saying that, no, I've stayed in hotels recently that just don't have any separation between bedroom and bathroom, or there's no curtain. There's nothing that actually blocks the visibility, even if there is separation between the bedroom and the bathroom.
Is that more of an upscale thing, or is that, like you say, I mean, cost reduction? I mean, you get hotels like that, and I guess it could cost you a bunch of money, but I want that one to be cost reduction right there. I need that one to be 130 a night, 120 a night.
Dude, how big?
I'm not paying $250 for that.
I'm paying extra to have a door with some privacy in my bathroom. There's even a website. This is the first I heard of this when I saw this story. There's even a website, bringbackdoors.com, that is a legit website that someone created. It's all about bringing privacy back to hotels. And their slogan is, you deserve privacy when you travel. You deserve real bathroom doors.
Wow.
So maybe call your hotels in advance. I don't know. Maybe Double R and Wags. These guys are pretty open. Rodney and Wags are pretty open dudes. I feel like they're guys who leave the bathroom door open at home. Are you guys in on this bit here?
No, that's something that I actually enjoy. I 100% privacy, right? I don't like to see my wife taking a shit, and I don't like her to see me taking a shit. I think that's where we draw the line. And we've done it before. Like, I've walked in on her and I've seen it happen. I'm like, oh, very sorry. Or the door will open up and you'll hear this, I'm in here. And all right, sorry. I'm in here.
Yeah, that's what you'll hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, I do. My wife does. She's extremely private. She doesn't like me walking in on anything. I don't stand in the bathroom and talk to her when she's on the toilet or even if she's in the shower. I mean, I'm not going to go in there and start. She closes down everything. I mean, I can't get into to the bedroom, to the bathroom.
The whole bathroom.
Oh,
yeah. Everything's locked.
Side doors are locked.
Yeah. I'm like, what's the deal? Can I get in there into my part so I can grab a shirt or something? No, wait till I'm done in the bathroom. I said, well, this isn't the bathroom. It's the closet. I mean, she locks it all up. And
She
I mean,
locks,
I
she locks
get
the
it.
bedroom. You can't even go in the bedroom door when she's.
No. It's all
Wow.
private. When you're in the bathroom, some women don't do that. And by the way, you find that out when you first meet them. That and some of that kind of stuff is off limits. And you find out. And by the way, as they get older, it doesn't change. It doesn't lighten the mood as long as you've been with them. It doesn't all of a sudden say, "Oh, this time you can come in here and talk to me." No, it gets worse as it goes.
I thought it would. I thought it would kind of ease up a little bit, and it didn't. It kind of. I don't know if it got more strict, but it definitely has not eased up at all.
And Ronnie, you know this. If you don't, when you meet, and I'm just being honest, if you don't meet her and you end up getting married to her, and you guys if you have showered together, that becomes less and less of a deal. Remember early in your relationship how getting in the shower together was that's nice. Let me help. Yeah. I don't get that shit doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, we got the his and her shower, and we only use it to wash the damn dog.
That stuff ends after a while.
You guys
go
were
in there. Yeah.
You guys were doing premarital showers?
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah.
Ew.
Sinners.
That's against the rules.
You gotta find out what the measurements are. You gotta find out if everything works.
Oh my
God.
Other times for that,
I'm not even allowed to shower in the same house or apartment as my girlfriend. She's got to leave the place altogether for me to shower.
Oh yeah. Well, I've been through that too before Dad said, "Hey, let's go for a ride."
Yeah.
Let's talk about this.
Right.
And then that all changed.
I have stayed in some hotels that are missing the door for the bathroom, but you can tell it's been stolen.
Somebody walked out the front door of the hotel with the door.
Yeah.
It's like the night's in, the pins are still on the ground, right there where they pulled it out. But yeah, that's housekeeper just doesn't say anything, or it's probably them who stole it. So it's like,
like we didn't have stalls in boot camp, so like you sat on the pot right next to each other and you just shit. Like you didn't have time to look around. You didn't have time to even think about stuff. You were so scared. You were getting the shit scared out of you. So you were just there thumping, wiping, going,
and getting out of there as quick as you can.
Well, speaking of shit and speaking of jail, Rodney.
Yeah.
How about a hypothetical Tuesday for you guys?
Nice.
But this is not from the mind of BK. This is a real situation that apparently has happened in this life. And I saw it on the internet, so it must be true, right?
Yes.
No questions here. Apparently, there's a man who has gone viral. Somebody mistakenly sent $1.1 million into his bank account. And they asked him to give it back. And they're like, if you don't give it back, you're going to jail for a year. Like, that's your punishment.
Is that stealing, though?
And he has chosen to go to jail versus return the $1.1 million.
What's the
He's not going to jail, and he's going to eventually have to turn it back over?
I don't know. The way I read it is if he just never returns the money, his punishment, he's going to get charged with something. I don't know what. Feels a little fishy because it's like money's in your pocket. Finders keepers. 1 year.
Easy.
For $1 million. It's like $1.1 million. Guy's in a different country, but whatever the currency is converts to $1.1 million.
No.
Not doing it.
No.
Well,
once again, I said when I wake up in the morning and pray that I don't go to jail. Don't take my freedoms. That's one of my big freedoms. And going to jail, if they tell you when you eat, when you sleep for a year, no thank you. You can keep that. You can keep that money.
Well,
my freedom's been taken away already for 10 years. I'm good. I'll do it. I'll do it.
First
sign me up for the simulation.
First thing I'm doing, guys, 512-938-8929. I'm calling Hurricane Heck first.
Oh, the Heck law firm?
I'm calling the Heck law firm, and I'm keeping that shit.
Shorten the term a little bit. Heck, what you got for me? Yeah, maybe good behavior. Good behavior.
Blow the case wide open, dude.
Get it to 5 days. Get it to 5 days for me, Hurricane.
So Double R, what say you? If Hurricane Hecht, I mean, he's going to win you the case, but let's say he's not allowed in this hypothetical scenario. It's basically, you're a millionaire second you get out of jail, but obviously you got to spend a year in jail to get it.
I can't, especially at this stage in my life. There's,
no way.
Just if I were 25 years old and had, didn't have older family and older pets and a wife and all that, maybe, but I just can't right now. I just can't. It wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair. I couldn't do it.
Fair. You're getting her $1 million, getting your family $1 million.
Can't do it.
That's being selfless. And as a dad, you're supposed to be selfless, right? Do what's best for the family.
For the team. That's right.
You'll
probably be taking a lot for the team in jail, but I mean, hey,
hey, whatever, it's. Hey.
No, those little cartons of cereal that you open up and put milk inside the carton. No, thank you.
That's the shit. That's the shit I eat right now, anyway.
Yeah, really. It's ramen noodles. Oh hell yeah. Okay, that changes things. I'm there. MREs, I'll be there. Yeah, it's.
You get to work out a lot, Buck.
No, man, I don't. I've seen that silver toilet, silver bowl once before.
Come out all buff.
Yeah, you might be 160, Buck. If you go to jail, you might actually hit your targeted weight.
No way. Just no. Yeah. My freedom means a lot to me, and that's having somebody tell me to do what to do 24/7. Hey, you're gonna have to get up here. Can you help clean? Not can you help? You are going to clean the showers and the toilets around. No, thank you.
Aren't you married?
Yes, I do have some of
that. You talk about that all the time. You have that already.
I have some of that, but no, I don't have that by Bubba. I didn't marry Bubba.
Bubba, you come out with a great physique and extremely religious.
Yeah. I love that. I love the way everybody finds Jesus.
Or a sage of some sort. Yeah.
That's not enough. I don't even know what's enough for me. A year? No, thank you.
$1 million? I'd do it for a year.
70. I ain't got that many years.
That's true.
They mean a lot. Those years mean a lot. I mean, I got grandkids. I know what their parents are like. I can't imagine what they'd be like without me around for a year. Man.
You guys, you know what I've noticed in a couple of hotels lately? It's funny. Quickly back to that hotel thing. Like in that picture, BK, that you pulled up, where you look at the bed and the bed is pointed that way, like it typically is, like facing that wall.
Right.
A couple of hotels that I've stayed at, like in the last couple of months. Yeah, it's okay. There it is. So the bed is typically facing like that. I've noticed that I walk into a hotel and the bed is straight, like with the headboard against the window.
Wow.
And
I don't think I've ever seen that ever.
I've seen that twice in the last couple of months.
Where are you staying?
I mean, once was in, I forget where the first time was, but I mean, it was just the other day. And where was I the other day? Odessa. It had the bed straight towards the wall with the window on it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of different, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before in my life.
Yeah. My feet are generally pointed to where the TV is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's usually how it works, right? Not towards the window. I don't know. You can see what's going on outside, the great downtown Odessa. You don't want to miss that.
All I saw was ice.
Oh, Vanilla Ice was there.
Vanilla Ice was there performing live.
Well, I mean, you can get a closer look at downtown if you stayed at the Night's Inn, because remember, they have that extra bed that's in the windowsill with a little mattress there.
Yeah.
That is the greatest
in there. Yeah.
That is the greatest invention.
You had a pillow with all kind of droppings on it. It's like, what's this yellow stuff on here? Scratch that shit off of there.
8, and 2 of them are up in the windowsill sleeping.
Oh, man. All right, guys, we're out of here. In the words of Vanilla Ice, Wags, word to your mother.
I'm killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly.
Yeah, Vanilla Ice. Welcome in. There it is. Welcome in, friends. It's Chaos Theory on a Tuesday, January 27.
There you go. I got it all figured out.
Adam Wags Wagner, Double R Ronnie, doing it for you on a Tuesday. Hey, hit that code of text line, guys. It's always blowing up on this show. 512-222-9328. And, of course, the YouTube, Twitch, Twitter chat line is up and going. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on what's going on in this world. How's the weather where you are? Kind of getting slushy up here in our thing.
My wife's getting ready to go into work. She's waiting for everything to kind of thaw and melt first, and then let the stuff that kind of refreezed overnight kind of thaw out and trickle down a little bit. But yeah, everything seems to be breaking a little bit. The weather seems to be, heating up just enough to make everything start to thaw out. Amigo, everything looks good, man. Hopefully when we get done with all this, we got everything that's still working right and properly for the pool. That was my main concern.
Are we still at 29 in your pool, my man? Are we still at
yeah, water. I mean, I honestly, I haven't checked the temperature of the water this morning, but just went outside, made sure all the water was flowing, all the pumps were working properly, and making sure that there wasn't anything frozen or popped or busted, man. So, yeah, this was the first time I've had a pool down here with very little support for the systems, with very little support with the systems out for a pool. So, a little nerve-wracking, just kind of anxious and wondering, if everything was going to be able to kind of survive and get out of it, man. And sure enough, so far so good. So, here we go, man. Here's another thing too. Like, I used to love, and you guys know me. Like, I've sat here, for years and said, man, I love the cold weather. I'll take cold weather over.
Dude, I don't know more.
I think I'm just getting old, and I think it's literally because I have a pool, right? Or because like there's no need to feel the cold. I have the refreshing coldness that I need right there in the pool. I don't need to go anywhere else. I don't need cold weather. Let's go. I'm a little selfish for sure, but still, I don't like the cold at all, Rodney. Like, I want this thing to pass. I want us to get into April or March or whatever, where the sun starts, cooking and sizzling us up around like 99 degrees and shit like that. I want 3 degrees. I want 3 numerals right there. Give me 100, baby. Let me jump into this damn pool again.
I used to be able to
what's up, Eddie? We see you guys.
I used to be able to do cold. I absolutely cannot do cold anymore. And my wife and I have totally flipped. I mean, because it was when we got married, she was always cold and I was always sweating. And now it's totally, my hands get cold. I'm freezing all the time. The last 2 days I've been like, let's turn on some heat in here. She's like, why? I'm not cold. Well, and I'm freezing my nuts off.
My only thing is, like, down here, like most of things aren't supported. Like, most systems or the piping, right? Piping and infrastructure isn't really supported that much. And also, like, people don't know how to drive down here. And seriously, when not too many people know how to drive in ice. Like, ice is just hard to navigate and negotiate anyways. But people, like, dude, people, like, there is a thing.
Nice weather.
What's that?
People struggle here in the nice weather.
What? Right, exactly. The roads aren't exactly engineered that great around here anyways, or directions don't exactly tell you the best proper ways, half the time, and signs are confusing. So you add a little bit of the ice difficulty to it. Yeah, there's probably going to be some, casualties or some accidents on the highways, man. It's every year they tell you not to go out anywhere and people still do it, and people end up in an accident because they're on the highway when they shouldn't be.
Well, and I think part of it is because for example, yesterday I had to make an HEB.
What did you watching? Like, the snow days are like some of the best days of watching stuff. Like, I need to put you on an assignment right before we end this thing. You need to watch yourselves Game of Thrones. You're doing yourself a disservice. I think you and Tracy would enjoy it. I think you all would love it. It's 8 seasons, I believe, or 7 seasons.
I got to do that before we.
It's a lot, and each season, I believe, is 10 episodes. Maybe the last 2 seasons were around 6 or 7 episodes, but they're kind of a little bit shorter, but still, it's fantastic. But it's got spinoffs too, right? So where's your go-to with snow days? Matter of fact, what's everybody's go-to with snow days? Do you watch older, games that have happened, like classic games that have happened already? Sometimes I'll find myself, falling into that where I'll watch, old Super Bowls and stuff just because it's snowy out and things. We, got a conversation. Do you prefer snow over fine or fair weather in the Super Bowl? Sometimes it neutralizes, the Super Bowl, but I mean, there's a lot to kind of talk about. Not much sports on last night. A little bit of NBA. Watched the Rockets. Do you have an inkling, or do you think the Rockets have a chance to actually, contend in the West? They're sitting right one spot. They're in the 4th spot, right behind Denver right now. But I mean, San Antonio, Oklahoma, dominating right now in the West. Do you think the Houston Rockets have a chance to do that? We'll kind of, turn that onion back a little bit, and talk a little bit about the Lakers last night too. I watched the Lakers as well.
Yeah, and APD1, I'm with you. And by the way, APD1 is asking about your pool. What
do they need?
Yeah, name of it, so forth and so on. APD, we'll get that to you.
Oh yeah, GLG Pools is the people that did our pools, man. It's fantastic.
Oh no, I think he means like to clean, to maintain what you were talking about.
I'm the cleaner.
He's a cleaner. All right.
I'm the dude that cleans.
I'll pass
I
on
used to clean pools for a living, so hit me up if you need me to clean your pool.
I'll pass his number on to you, APD, here on the Coda text line.
A lot of video games, guys, huh?
And old wrestling matches too, APD. I've been watching like a lot of
old
wrestling
matches.
Old wrestling. Yeah. A lot of old wrestling, a lot of old car racing too is another one, because you turn on old car races and it's like football. I mean, it's on for 3 hours. I mean, like Tubi has a NASCAR channel and you turn that on and there's a race going on, and it's very calming with the humming and all that. But last night, as a matter of fact, we found the wife made a great turkey meatloaf. We were actually able to sit down and have dinner together for the first time in a while, because I've been traveling. We saw this show on Netflix, and it was about these dudes in the early 2000s that built an apartment in a mall in Rhode Island. I think it was called Apartment in the Mall.
Yeah.
They found
it's already lost me. It's like, what the hell are you gonna get out of that?
Dude, they lived in there for 4 years. The whole and they like built it. They like sent blocks, furniture.
What was the climax? What was the climax of the movie? Like getting out of the mall?
They got caught. So, and then they go back after the fact, and it's still there, but everything's gone. They had this thing totally fit with furniture. I mean, China, and they would go like entertain in there. They had PlayStation. This is where they hung out. So for a dude that stays in an enclosed room all the time in here, I was like, that's pretty freaking cool. In the mall. Go eat at the food court. Shit. Pretty good, man.
Did you watch any basketball last night? Anything at all?
A little bit of the Lakers.
Reading some of your all's comments here, man. Video games. What video games do you all play when you what are you all on now? I'm on Arc Raiders pretty heavy right now. Arc Raiders pretty heavy. Yeah. Lakers on last night. How do you feel about the Lakers? They're kind of in the middle of the pack here for the West. You think they can contend?
What are they? I think they're number 5 in the West. Yeah. I don't think that they're going to be capable. And with the trade deadline coming up, that's what I wonder what's going to happen. We haven't seen near the activity that we saw last year.
I think it will dial up just a little bit, right?
Yeah, I think that it does, but I think it'll be more once the NBA calendar flips in July. I think that's when you'll see a little bit more. Giannis, I think the fact that Giannis is now hurt, I don't know if he gets moved or if he stays there. That's obviously the big. Do the
Warriors make any moves? Are the Warriors buying or are the Warriors selling?
I think the Warriors are probably going to stay put, to be honest with you. I think most of these teams are going to stay put.
You think the Warriors don't do anything with the injury of Jimmy Butler? You think, all right, writings on the wall. They weren't exactly contending when Jimmy Butler was in there. So you probably think they just kind of, stay even keel and don't make any type of knee-jerk reactions for it and just kind of let it all play out.
Try to ride this thing out, because I keep hearing that it's who's going to supersede Oklahoma City. I mean, San Antonio does seem to have that advantage right now, just based on what we've seen.
Who can beat Oklahoma? What's a team that's geared up? What are teams that are geared up to beat Oklahoma? Right? I'd say just off the cuff, it's San Antonio and Denver, right? So because you got two stall. I don't know. Maybe Houston, right? I think Houston's got some pieces down low, and they also got the range on the perimeter now with Durant. They've needed. Houston kind of was missing that shooter. I didn't think that Durant would be the missing link or would end up being the missing link, but I mean, he does. He gives them the ability to hit 30 every night, or he gives them one guy that that has the ability to hit 30, each and every night. So, and honestly, like, Houston's kind of deep if you think about it. I think they run usually 8 guys a night towards like the 15 to 20 minute mark. Like, for me, that's the threshold. Like, if you got dudes getting 20 minutes, those are significant minutes, right? That's a significant role that you're playing in the game. And I think Houston usually rolls out, 8 dudes, 3 dudes off the bench. They usually get around, 15 to 20 minutes here. I still don't think it's enough to compete with the Holy Trinity up there in the West, right? Like,
I mean, just young too,
right? And how do you
get them in trouble?
Knock out a unicorn like Wemby, right? You need pieces that can battle and bang, like Chet or like Jokic, right? And I know that Oklahoma City's sitting in the first spot right now, but I mean, hell, dude, if you're the Lake Show and if you're Houston sitting here at 4-5 and just kind of, peeking around the corner and looking up and see, how usually the West had a lot of parity.
Yeah.
In the past couple of seasons, or hell, not even the past couple of seasons. I'd say, the past, 5 and 6 years, it's had some parity. Like there's been dominant teams, but usually when you got to the playoffs, you didn't know if they were going to be that dominant or not. Hell, we've seen Dallas be able to take a run when they had Luka and Kyrie the other year, right? So for me, seeing these three, the holy trinity of the West, basically just kind of be dominant and answer the question, kind of ask the question, who's going to be able to kind of rival these three? It's kind of just a wild, unique season in the West here for the NBA, right? I think Houston might have some pieces, but ultimately, like they'll be able to catch you a few games. But ultimately, man, like the Spurs are so big and so deep that I think they'll be able to run you for 7 games. And I feel that way about Oklahoma City and Denver as well. Your thoughts on that?
Spurs, to me, the Spurs are geared the best to, because remember, it's got to be a 7-game series. I mean,
right.
we can talk about,
that's what ultimately that's what we're talking about. How
right.
you got to win 4 of the 7. So,
and that's where San Antonio does appear to be in the best shape to be able to beat, because essentially at this point they lead the series. If you look at the body of work, at
right,
this point.
Head to head for sure.
Yeah. Denver to me still is the one that, with the experience and that they're kind of floating under the radar. Houston to me, and I look at the Rockets right now, and I think that and we know if is a big word.
How it is, if my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
And that's your go-to every day, huh?
I'm taking that with me.
All right.
If the Rockets had Fred VanVleet, I think that they would be in a spot to where they would be maybe in that, right, nipping at the heels of the Spurs and sitting in between San Antonio and Denver. But I think at this point, it's geared more to San Antonio being that team. And other than that, to me, the Lakers are missing. Lakers to me are missing a couple of pieces, I think, to where you can't really lump them in with Denver, San Antonio, and Oklahoma City. And then other than that, that's the West. It seems like the East. I'm concerned about Boston. I think that Boston being more with the experience. They've won a championship or 2 recently, maybe them. But the West is going to be fun down the road. I think ultimately San Antonio gets beat because of lack of experience.
For the East, this might be the next year for the East. That's kind of how I feel like.
But they've kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, but they do this, so that's what the Knicks do. Like the Knicks, the classic up and down from the past couple of seasons, classic up and down for the Knicks, and then when they get closer to the playoffs, they throttle. Now that was under Tibbs. It's been new change of regime. We'll see how it plays forth going forward here. But I think the Knicks might have something real.
I think some of that could be too. I mean, and again, maybe this is mental or psychological or whatever. But I think that when you have to gear up and win that NBA Cup thing, that's like playing in the playoffs, because we've seen that in the past where somebody wins the NBA Cup and they kind of slide off the thing.
Yeah, I mean, just
you're back to reality again. It's like, I got to go on the road and play.
To that point, how much energy are they actually focusing on that? Like how much value or how much
it means nothing.
Prestige is in that cup, right? Like, and how much energy should you be expending on that?
Right. I mean, it means nothing unless you're the Lakers and you hang a banner, crying out loud. But but it is, if you are truly, sold in and bought in and playing for the NBA Cup, that's kind of like the NCAA tournament, to where it's a single elimination. You're out. And they've kind of fallen off a little bit, but this is the Knicks' time. This is like the Buffalo Bills of the NBA. Here's your chance. And I think if Mike Brown can't pull this off, not
many people can, right? No, for sure. My thing about Denver, one more quick thing on Denver. I think maybe they'll be making a move for the trade deadline. I think they're a player away. Aaron Gordon's still able to contribute, but how many times are we sitting here, saying Aaron Gordon as the focal piece, right? Like Jamal Murray's, having one of those seasons. He's not really exactly having the bubble season that he had back for the bubble era or during the COVID season. But Jamal Murray's, he's playing at a high level again, man. Don't waste that. I think you had that tandem with he and Jokic.
sit there. You're getting some decent minutes from Brown, and Spell. So I think maybe you make one piece away. You got some cogs there. I'm not saying that Aaron Gordon can't contribute. He does contribute. He's just he's more of a cog instead of like the big three, right? You bring one more superstar over, and then Denver maybe has a chance. It's weird saying that Denver has a chance, right? When they have, arguably one of the best players in the league with Nikola Jokic here. No, I mean, I think I just don't know who Denver would be targeting or who would want to move or what their strategy would be. I would like to think that they'd be willing to get another guard to kind of help out Murray. But again, I just don't know who's available or who would be moving. Yeah.
And Jake, not dismissing totally the Pistons. I'm just going to, as we get deeper into the season and we get towards playoff time and we go to 5 and 7 game series.
Cade's been fantastic, right?
They have.
He's probably besides Brunson, he's probably the best guard in the East. I just feel like it's the next year, man. Pistons have been dominating the East, so far. So, I mean, that's a good call with Cade and have Cunningham kind of, run that Pistons offense there. But for me, I just think, the Knicks with Brunson and their defense, their way that they're able to lock down, I think it's just too much. But I mean, you've seen the tail of the tape right now. It's been the Pistons or it's been Detroit running the East. So,
yeah, and for the Knicks, I mean, I do think that this is their opportunity, like we've talked about in the NFL, to where here you go, you got.
I don't think Tibbs was the reason, but I think Tibbs did kind of wear them down and run them ragged towards they would just break in the postseason, and that's just Tibbs' style of basketball.
You and I were talking yesterday about the Texas basketball team and, who the starting five should be and talking about rotations and all that. And that's where Tom Thibodeau just seemed to be kind of Steve Sarkisian-ness to where this is how I'm going to run.
Right. This is my idea. This is what I'm doing. I'm not taking any type of pivot to it. This is my approach. If it breaks, it breaks. And usually it does break.
Right. And that's where the difference did seem with Mike Brown coming in, to where it's like, okay, you're seeing a little bit of that. I mean, you're seeing the continuity and you're seeing rotations and so forth. But again, here we are at the same point to where the Knicks have kind of slipped back a little bit. They're 6.5 games out there, but it's can Detroit continue this push? And I think that's where the experience of the Knicks, the Celtics will eventually, as you get closer to the playoffs, bring itself to light. And Toronto's sitting there too. I mean, we're not even talking about the Raptors, and they're sitting as a possible contender too.
I think there's two. I don't even think Boston's a real contender this year, which is wild. I think there's two teams in the East, and it's clearly it's Detroit and New York. But
Detroit
I think
the Knicks.
Yeah, I think it's New York's year this year. Well, I don't think it's their year. I think it's their year to represent the East for Larry O'Brien. So
yeah, Knicks and Spurs again.
It's coming from the West. The West will be the champion. I know we said. I feel like I say that every year, and the East shuts me up. So,
hey, and I will tell you, as a Spurs fan, I'm pleasantly surprised at how this, because this is very ahead of schedule. But I
thought you guys would be a middle of the pack team, or maybe like a 5 spot, right? But you guys are sitting here in the 2-hole, man. It's pretty frightening with a young, vibrant squad with a unicorn sitting there leading the entire NBA. Yeah, I think you guys are in good hands.
And then you've got guys, and what's even more impressive is that when you don't have Victor Wembanyama in the lineup, you still have all things considered, solid lineup with veterans and young dudes that are already making impact.
You got good guard play too, man. Decent, very decent guard play. So that's going to help out a lot. Pistons. Speaking of some decent matchups, Pistons and Nuggets in contest, or it will be in a contest tonight here, 8 p.m. Make sure you guys tune into that. Also, Wizards looking for their first win with Trae Young.
Speaking of unicorns,
first team in basketball, 10 and 34 Wizards. Let's get some wizardry happening tonight. Yeah, Knicks are in action as well. They host the Kings. Make sure you guys tune into that as well. Thunders and Pelicans. That's not going to be too much of a game, but that will round out your NBA slate, except for the late night. You got late night on in NBC. Clippers and Jazz. Clippers kind of returning back to form a little bit. Too little, too late, and not enough. I think everybody, if you're outside the 3 spot, in the West, I think everybody's kind of, the writing's on the wall. It's between 3 teams for me. We kind of just said that. I don't want to beat a dead horse that much anymore.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go else, partner? What else we got to talk about?
I did like this little conversation that was going on right here, talking about shifting over to the NFL real quick, where they were somebody mentioned here the best turnaround, whether it's the Patriots this year or the Cowboys. And I mean, I got to go to the Patriots. I mean, because when the Cowboys started to turn, they got beat in the playoffs.
How are Cowboys in the conversation of this?
I think what it is where the Cowboys fell off in the late 80s, and then you make the organizational changes. The team is sold, new head coach, you go in there and reload players, kind of what the Patriots did, to where they had been in a really good dominant spot for a while, and then it fell apart, and then they came back. But Dallas didn't come back like this. When Dallas came back, they were 9-7, and they got beat by Carolina in the playoffs.
Oh, I thought you were making a reference that Dallas came back this year. I was like,
no, this is
everybody smoking. Can I have some, please?
This is 90s Cowboys versus 2025 Patriots. I mean, it's definitely the
you guys lost me for a second there, man. I was just like, what the hell?
Yeah, and then you think about when the Cowboys came back. I mean, the Cowboys, that first year that they were back, then you hit that draft and you build with those guys. I mean, the Patriots have just been instantaneous with the rebuild, with what they've done, and the worst to first. I mean, that fast. Dallas, it took a little bit of time.
I think when you clearly people are using Belichick's mantle, right, or his format, right, like his pedigree, right, to where draft capital. Okay, as long as you have as many pieces, as many opportunities as you can to take your draft picks, right? You have it. Not every pick's going to hit, is my point, right? But as long as you have the opportunity to take chances and risks on people, and you acquire as much draft capital as possible, usually that's going to, result in pretty decent, things or more beneficial for your team than anyone else, right? More picks, more opportunity. That's kind of how I see it. That's why, like, when people sit here and they're so honed in on 1 through 5, like picks 1 through 5. Yeah. Is there a guy? That's my first question. Is there a guy that you're going to take 1 through 5 in this draft that's going to play immediately and make an impact? If not, if the answer is no, trade out of that spot. Go get somebody else, acquire another pick and acquire somebody that's basically on the same damn level of value that you're going to get from that 1 through 5 spot. But nobody's in love with it because it's not in the 1 through 5. It's outside of the 1 through 5. Just trade out, acquire more picks, and get somebody the same value. It just seems like common sense to me, right? Belichick figured it out, and the Patriots were able to do that. That's why, when you see teams or front offices that kind of copy the same type of pedigree, dude, we're 3 years. We're talking not even 3. How long were the Patriots out of a conversation of contention?
It was about 4 years.
It was over
4 to 5 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And like the difference there with Dallas, I mean, because it's exactly what you're saying. Personnel, Dallas, when you trade Herschel Walker and Minnesota dropped their drawers for that, look what you got in return for all that. And you look at the great Cowboy teams of the 90s, a lot of those guys that came in based on draft.
You got 11 picks for Herschel Walker?
Something like that. I mean, I can't remember the exact number, but I mean, it was Emmitt Smith. It's a lot of that great wall of Dallas.
It was Michael Irvin, right? Like
Michael Irvin was already there.
Okay, Michael Irvin.
Irvin was there with Tom Landry. The first year that Irvin was there, he got hurt. He was out with a season-ending injury, and so and that was probably good for him in retrospect because he didn't get beat up that last year of Tom Landry because he was out for some of that. But you can I see the correlation there with May and Aikman. I can kind of see a little bit of that, other than the fact that in May's first year he didn't get knocked out about 5 times like Troy Aikman did, because that ultimately led to the end of Troy Aikman. But I can see those guys a little compatible, honestly. But the Patriots turn around, and again, it's a different league. It's a different business right now. But Dallas did a really good job using the picks, and I think New England did a really good job utilizing free agency, which to me, that's a great story of what has happened there with the Patriots, and might just win them a Super Bowl.
How do we feel about the Bears turnaround?
I'm telling you, that's one of the biggest things that I'm eating crow on in 2025 of the football season, NFL season, because I was not bought in on Chicago. I knew that the Ben Johnson effect would be better. I wasn't sold on Caleb Williams, but he's proven me wrong, right? I mean, this dude looks like a championship level quarterback, and you've shoved Detroit to the side. Detroit didn't even make the playoffs, and you took care of Green Bay. Yeah, I think the future's bright for Chicago, man. Fear the Bears. The Bears are going to be something to deal with for a long time, brother. A long time, I think.
So I'm looking at here's my problem with the Bears, right? Like, it's 58% completion percentage with Caleb Williams. Like, they were very productive, very successful. But a lot of that I feel like is scheme, right? I mean, he's missing like almost every other throw. Caleb Williams is, right? So to me, I don't feel like that is sustainable. Right? I feel like that percentage has to come up at least to 72%, 75% in order for the Bears to absolutely have sustained turnaround, sustained success. So to me, I think and consistency is key with me, right? I've mentioned this time and time. One hell of a turnaround for the Bears this year, all right? But what's it going to be like in year 2 with tape on the Bears with Ben Johnson?
That's
okay.
huge.
Because I'm telling you right now, 58% is not cutting the mustard, amigo. That's not going to work. It's just not going to happen.
And you can't.
58% is completion percentage for Caleb Williams here.
Yeah, and you can't live or die on amazing comebacks. That is eventually going to get you
right. I mean, you can only have so much success with the ball in your hands last with the fourth quarter, right?
That is going to run out eventually. I mean, look at Kansas City this year. That's what kept Kansas City in the mix last year. The fact that they were able to do that. This year, that completely turned, and hell, that kept them out. So I think that's the charge now.
There's a caveat to this too, right? This much success on 58%.
Yeah. Right. And so how do you there are still pieces there that they can go and fix to where for me, the Chicago run, they eventually hit that ceiling that we talk about, and they ran out of, I mean, they got got. And that's where I think New England is just built better, because I honestly was waiting for the same thing for New England. And I don't think that if Denver had their starting quarterback on Sunday, that it would have made a difference. New England is just different. They're different.
This might have been my biggest crow feast right here. Caleb Williams sitting here saying Caleb Williams wasn't going to be the guy, and Justin Fields was the guy, not Caleb Williams.
Same.
So
I was right there with you.
Eating some crow. My belly was full on that one. Holy shit. Oh my God.
Right there with you, dude. I was totally I guess I'm sold on him now. I don't want to be, because I'm not sold.
I mean, consistency is key, and I've seen the comments here. His percentage and completion percentage will get better. He'll blossom in time, but still, I think you got to do it expeditiously, because year 2 is probably when you have the most tape out there, and that's when defenses are going to roll and kind of not year 2 on Caleb, year 2 on Ben Johnson and his scheme. So
and that's what's going to be so cool next year. I mean, that's a long way from now, but I mean, think about how does Detroit rebound? Matt LaFleur has been re-signed with Green Bay, so they're going in that same direction there. What happens in that division? Can Minnesota get their shit in one side?
I don't think the window is shut for Detroit. I think Detroit's a legit team. I think they're a contender. You're going to naturally have regression when you have to, substitute or supplement your offense coordinator and your defense coordinator all in the same year, right? So expect a little bit of regression, 2 steps back, and then opposite to track Paul Abdul.
Yes, absolutely. It's not that Detroit went off the tracks. It's that Chicago got better. And
Chicago got better. Green Bay continued to improve, right?
Green Bay continued to improve.
Jordan Love started playing, tremendous this year, in spite of not having a real number one. We thought Golden was going to be able to be the number one, but when is it who's their damn tight end? Damn it. I can't think. When their tight end went down, the name's eluding me. Apologies for that. But when their tight end went down, man, I want to say Tanyan, but it's not.
Mark Chimura. No, I'm just kidding.
No, when their Chimura, when their tight end went down, that I was expecting, a lot of regression in Jordan Love's productivity, but now he was able to kind of dial it up and find Dobbs and make things happen, man. So
Dobbs is hard to miss, dude. Dobbs is hard to miss.
Yeah, with that helmet, absolutely.
But still,
Green Bay.
So they dropped the ball with Golden. I think that's one
Did
thing.
they? I mean, it's only been year one. Did they drop it? I can't really sit here and say that Golden's a bust. I
don't mean it that way. I mean
okay.
that they. Oh yeah, CB's got it. They misused him. That's a perfect word. I like that. They didn't utilize that tool enough. Like when you got that one badass pry bar in your toolbox and you never use it because it looks too good, and then eventually you do, and it opens up something that you couldn't get open. That they didn't ever use that tool.
Do you buy tools just to look at them?
I buy tools because they look really good. It's like,
you buy tools and just hang them on your wall in your garage?
I just tell people, I'm like, check this thing out. Look at that. Like a badass pork wrench.
Makita set.
Yeah.
Beautiful Makita set. I ain't going to use it at all.
And then they're like, it looks like it's never been used. I'm like, no, you got to know how.
I don't know how to use it.
It's all in the way that you use it. Isn't that a song? It's in the way that you use it.
It's a philosophy, how you use your tool, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you about our friend Ryan Hurricane Neck. Oh, when that storm hits, and that storm has hit, just give our guy Ryan Hurricane Neck a call. 512-938-8929. He is not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. Brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom, strutting in and strolling in with that burnt orange suit. If you're injured in a car accident, you got any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let the hurricane blow the case wide open. Supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call him today. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Friends, 86 service bays, 42 acres of beautiful new and pre-owned car trucks or SUVs. The service is excellent. The website is great at covertbeecave.com. That is your place to find that new ride or pre-owned ride if you're looking for certified pre-rides as well. Check out the inventory at covertbeecave.com, then make that beautiful ride. Starting to thaw out a little bit. You can make that drive now. If you're driving, there is ice, just stay with the tracks where everything's been cleaned out. Go take a look right now. Weekly specials every week from now until the end of eternity at covertbeecave.com. Check them out.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbeecave.com. Audio-visual consultations. The big game is coming up a week from Sunday. New England taking on Seattle. Hey, man, don't spend a lot of money and go out to bars and do these different watch parties and all this where they're going to charge you an entry fee or an entry. You got to get into an establishment to go do it. Make your place the place to watch a game. You charge an entry fee to get into your spot. And you can do that with our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. They're going to come in and get you hooked up with an amazing system. Not only, it's AV for a reason, audio visual. Obviously, the Audio Visual Consultation studio right here. I got a 75-inch TV that I stare at up on that wall, 265s back here, everything that I need. Multiple viewing options that I can do. This past weekend, I obviously had football. Had the Rolex 24, had a little bit of golf, Scotty Scheffler winning again. So all of that, and that can be what you do at your place. Also, the sound, the Sonos surround system, home theater systems. You want a projection screen? They'll take care of that for you too. The plethora of projects at avconsultations.com. Check that out. 512-255-8678. It's Tom McKay and his amazing crew. They're going to come out and they're going to, don't set this thing up yourself. Don't do this and have wires and cables and all these different. It just looks bad. Just looks bad. Let the pros come in and take care of that setup for you. You'll be glad you got together. It's avconsultations.com since 1988, serving thousands of Central Texans and beyond with amazing home systems or business systems. It's AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. Check them out today. Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. We were talking earlier about bathrooms. Hey, do you have a bathroom that needs a door? Call Mike McCall. McCall Custom Homes. They'll come and retrofit your bathroom. They did it right here in my primary bathroom. And man, I'll tell you, like that fancy looking glass that BK had pulled up earlier, that's the kind of glass that I have on my shower. I can be in there not wearing anything, and you can go in there and you luck out and you don't see any of me because it's that cool, beautiful tempered glass. Hey, man, they will take care of you like they've done for the last 4 decades. A father-son team taking care of Central Texans, and they would love to make you a customer as well. Don't believe me? Check out the Better Business Bureau ratings. Check out the 5-star Google ratings. You'll probably see old Double R's name on there. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com, and be sure and get that free estimation, as my friend says, at 512-633-9580. Again, 512-633-9580. It is McCall Custom Homes. Looking for a new build, they'll take care of that for you also. But add value to your home. That's their tagline. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
Where you want to go next, partner?
Dabo Sweeney. We didn't talk about him yesterday. He's a little bit pissed off people tampering with his players.
Didn't you mention him a little bit?
I think we kind of touched on it. Touched on it. But
you touched him. That's it.
I touched him.
You touched on Dabo a little bit. Oh no, I think I talked about it with Jordan.
Okay. But he's like Pete Golding making phone calls while the kids.
Oh yeah. And so that's
a little much, dude.
Right? So, and again, like to explain a little bit of the rules, you can be in contact with the agent, right? Tampering this is direct tampering, okay? And that's what Dabo's bitching about. You can be in direct contact with the agent, but not talk to the player. Now you can talk third party, right? And talk, through the agent that way, or you can be on the call,
talk to a cousin.
And then have a conference, then conference call, bring the guy in, bring the player in. That's another loophole that you can do, right? But you cannot make direct contact with the athlete. And that's what Pete Golding did. All right, which is direct tampering. So I don't know what's going to be the fallout of this. I'm sure there's going to have to be some type of law come down or sanction be come down. I would expect, right? Or else people are just going to be able to do this. Not that people aren't doing this already, Double R. It's just Golding got caught.
Yeah, and that's where at some point that's the whole problem with this is there's not anybody that will officiate this. I mean, people want to bitch at the NCAA, but for the longest time, this is what we wanted, and the NCAA is like, okay, you got what you got, and they can't do anything anyway because they'll get sued. And I think that the next example is about to be with Coach Prime Sanders, that says he's going to start fining guys for misconduct, going to start fining guys for showing up late for practice and missing practice because they're paid athletes.
It's very simple. It's what I tell if you're going to do adult things, you need to act like an adult.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And that's where
you don't get that luxury of saying, oh, well, I'm a kid. You know what I mean? No, dude, you're accepting adult responsibility. You're now an adult. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're 18, just because you're 19 and you're a teenager, I don't care. That's, you're doing adult responsibilities and adult roles. You now have to act like an adult.
Right. And that's where it's going to suck in this situation. And I applaud Coach Prime for doing that. He should. I mean, you should.
I have no quarrel with hard love. You know that.
Right. Right. If you're being paid handsomely to perform a service.
To do a duty. Exactly. There's a contract here. All right.
Right. There is a contract in place. And that's where it's like these people want to sign their names to contracts and do all these different things and then fall back on I'm an amateur athlete or I'm a kid. No bullshit.
No, you're a paid professional. If you're getting paid, you're a professional.
And you ain't getting $2 an hour, by the way. So that's where that's going to be the next thing right here, that when he starts doing this, and how does this hurt his program? I mean, the luster of coming in. I hope he does it, but that's another lawsuit that you're going to have to deal with, because they're going to fall back into work laws or whatever those are. You can't do that. Can't do that. Well, bullshit. You should be able to do that.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I just don't know where it's going to go. I think there has to be sanctions coming down for Pete Golding. But what will the NCAA, actually enact? So that's a good question. But yeah, it's a hot topic right now for Dabo. And Dabo likes to sit there and pound the podium. So we'll see if he can make enough noise to get some actions done here.
You have to see
this conversation going down in the sidebar. God bless your all's hearts for having baseball talk.
Yeah, baseball, yeah.
God bless. And here's the thing too, and maybe I'm sour. I think I'm just so sour and bitter right now because the Dodgers just keep doing it to us, right? And here I am bitching again about baseball. Being a mid-market guy or a mid-market fan, it's really tough to see this go down, because when you're built like there's always hope, right? But when you start to put together a winner, and hell, you got one of the hottest teams in baseball, and you're winning over 100 games for the first time in your life, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to sit here and think that Baltimore's not going to be a good team. And of course, yes, I'm alluding to Baltimore here, being a Baltimore Oriole fan. And then within 2 seasons, the Dodgers have bought and acquired every piece of National League All-Star. You got the Mets trying to keep up with the arms race there. The Yankees, somehow, some way, the Yankees don't have enough money to purchase the best players in baseball. What the hell is happening? And now you have to succumb to them to keeping up with their trash. Like, that's where mid-market baseball is gone right now, right? Like, there's been such an arms race, such an escalation that has happened in terms of financing a roster.
Yeah,
mid-market teams are. And I shouldn't say that, because we just had mid-market teams in the World Series, or a mid-market team in the World Series. It's just tough. It's very frustrating, being a baseball fan watching this all go down. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, right? Like, I'm sure we all feel the same. The same, trickle down effect that's happening with basically the Dodgers ruining baseball for me, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like in that time with Golden State, to where it's like, why are we even playing the NBA season when we know it's Golden State versus whoever?
Yeah, when Kevin Durant was on, no, it's yeah. I feel like that, and it's like I didn't even play NBA 2K that year, right? Because they broke the game. They really broke the game. There was just nobody could beat the Golden State Warriors in that game, and nobody could beat them on the floor either, man. They're just the best team.
And that's where it sucks, because, like, let's say, for instance, with your Orioles, I mean, it's like you have to, everybody has to stay healthy, and baseball, 162 games, that's a long time. When you get with the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, these guys, you just plug and play. You got something where the guy that's next in line is better than the first whatever on all these other teams. Baltimore, you got to stay healthy. You can't get anybody hurt. You can't lose anybody, especially in that division. I mean, if you were in a different division,
does Toronto actually qualify as a mid-market team? I didn't really think about this.
They got their own country.
Yeah, they do have their own country supporting them. Yeah, you know what? It's Canada. Of course, it's mid-market. Sure, it's a whole country supporting, but it's Canada, Jake. Yes, it's mid. We might even be lower than mid-market. It's Canada.
We need a Mexico team. That way,
we need
Mexico and Canada.
Mexico can play ball. Canada,
yeah, they can. When we were in Cancun, we went and found some like random baseball. I'm like,
did you have trouble with the curve? Did you find somebody that had trouble with the curve?
A little bit of trouble with the curve, but
no, I know we understand what you're saying. They are, and they are loaded. They got lumber up and down the line from 1 to 9. They got the hurlers as well here. Maybe I think it's just because I don't put them as like a marquee name, but they obviously have the FU money. But yeah, Toronto's a big brand city. So, I mean, I can't sit here and say that they're a mid-market team. That's a good call, Jake. I appreciate that.
I saw ESPN projected their, possible breakout teams in baseball, and Atlanta's number one. Your Orioles were number two, about the possibility. And for them, the breakout is 90 games. It's like in a perfect scenario, hitting that threshold for the Orioles would be winning 90 games. And one of the things that's mentioned in there is that if you could get a big arm, and the one that they throw out, I hope they don't get is Framber Valdez.
What did you just say? What the hell did you just say? If you can get what?
Yeah, a big arm.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's not happening.
Yeah.
Big arm. So, but Burnsy came for one season. Right? Yeah. That's the biggest arm we've had in the yard for a while.
Well, and that's why the Framber Valdez was thrown out there. Like, for example, if you can get Framber Valdez, but you know what we say about if.
Go ahead.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
So
yes, she would.
I don't know. The Cubs are in that conversation as well, because you lose Kyle Tucker, but it is to where it's like you just get wore down and you get beat down with this happening. And I think the other thing that's going to kind of be the black cloud hanging over baseball, other than the fact that the Dodgers are going to like seriously dominate the regular season and win the World Series again, is that
it'll be boring baseball. Like, I don't think anybody will be paying attention to that, except for, can the Dodgers do, break a record?
How do they lose?
Yeah. How many will they lose? Will they lose, it's baseball, man. It's a game of failure. Yes, the Dodgers will lose.
Yeah. And it's like you have this to look forward to, and then the black cloud is then we're going to have a lockout. Then in 2027 there's going to be a lockout because of what the Dodgers are doing. And I don't know how that's going to be avoided, because nothing's changing. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Opening day, I'll be fired up and ready. I'll be sitting in here watching this, hopefully talking about it with you people. But yeah, it's like, here we go again. Dodgers all over again. Over it. Tired.
Pretty good. Did you watch any hockey last night at all?
I did not, man. I got tied into that apartment at the mall thing, and that was an hour and a half.
Well, when you can't sleep at night, Rodney, put some hockey on and kind of doze off to that last night. But if you were watching the Oilers, you were kind of excited, man. They put 6 in the extra point up, 7 goals last night for the Oilers against the Ducks. Leon Draisaitl just being able to be one hell of a quarterback last night. I didn't see the first period of the game, but saw the second and third period. The Ducks aren't exactly the greatest team, but scoring 7 on a team is still one hell of a feat, right? And which brings me to the point of the Oilers' offense. We know that it's geared up. It's one of the high potent offenses in the not just the league, but not just the West, but in the actual league here. How do we feel about the Oilers dialing this thing back and getting to Lord Stanley and hoisting this bad boy? Have you been paying attention to hockey at all?
A little bit. Yeah, mostly Dallas. So that kind of ties into Edmonton because they're obviously right there. I don't think that they're going to win the Stanley Cup. I just don't. I think they're going to be on the cusp of winning it again, but I just don't think they will, Wags. I don't think. Nope. I can't say that they will.
What do you think their downfall is here?
What they call that, mid-range? Is that
mid-ice, neutral ice?
Yeah, mid-ice. I think mid-ice is where I start to see some of that struggle, and I think that ultimately gets them. Now I can't tell you in the East who's in the East. Is it Florida again?
Yeah, Florida's not. So the thing with the Oilers, they're so dominant on their forecheck, right? They hardly allow the opposition to get out of their blue line or get out of their zone, and their forecheck's so strong that they, usually they don't end up in neutral ice so much because they're just so dominant and they're in their first and they're in their attacking third, right? So as long as they keep their forecheck on and don't let their defense kind of get kind of be vulnerable or whatever, usually the Oilers can sit there and kind of command the game and dominate the game, right? You come up against an offense or a team that's kind of geared the same way as the Oilers are, then it kind of puts them in a shit fit. Or if you get a team that's got a strong back line like Florida does, then yeah, they can throw in some fits though. But again, I think the Oilers, they got to be probably, if not the favorites, one of the favorites. We already know this, man. They're one of the top dominant four in the West. They'll be there to hoist Lord Stanley, I believe, when this thing is all done.
Our man Tom McKay, Colorado or Dallas versus Tampa Bay or Carolina.
The bunch of jerks are there. I still think Florida's going to be able to figure this thing out when it's all said and done, man. I think
all those cities just ooze hockey. Other than Colorado, Dallas, Tampa Bay, Carolina. I kind of want to see a Canadian. Speaking of Canada, let Canada win one. Come on now. It's their own fault, right?
I still like a lot of hockey left to play, about a half season left to play. I still think Florida figures this thing out and turns this thing around.
I'm looking forward to the Wagner Wire with a lot of hockey talk.
Yeah, there'll be. I mean, speaking of that, probably going to pull the Wagner Wire back up for a little bit. We got some things rolling. We got another meeting tonight with some people, so we'll be figuring that out. But also going to bring some streams back, and I think I'm going to defer from Twitch. I think I'm going straight to the YouTube channel, just for doing just gaming streams, right? Like when I'm doing some Arc Raiders or doing the season in my Dynasty League and shit like that, just to kind of chop it up and bullshit with you guys, man, because I'm gonna miss you freaks. I definitely know. So lovely family we built here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. Anything else we got to get off the slate, amigo?
I think we got it covered, man. I think we got everything that we.
Tom, I know you're right, Tom. I know you're right, but I can't. It's not good radio if I agree with everything. I gotta push.
Try to do that in. We need to plant that because at some point we can all reconvene and see if Tom was right. Because
I know Tom's got one of the best algorithms out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, what Wags is talking about there, as you know, I do have a YouTube channel there. Gonna get more content. The racing will probably be a part of it in some form or fashion, but we're gonna do some different things. So just kind of pay attention.
Ooh.
Yeah. Be sure and hit the OnlyFans as well. It's super cheap.
What are you doing first on OnlyFans? Feet? You doing feet?
Who?
I'm an ears guy. I'm an earlobe guy. Like nice.
Oh, I like feet. Feet is my weakness.
I like nibbling on some earlobes. So
all right, that's a good time to
look at those earlobes. Hey, buddy,
great ears. Turn your head, Jordan. Let me see your ears.
Motherfucker's blushing already, dude. How do you do it? How do you even go out in public, man, with those looks? How do you do it? Dynamite drop it, Jordan. Good to see you too, buddy.
I was just prepping something for later in the episode.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But
no comment about what the hell y'all got going on.
Right.
We're talking about our future endeavors.
We were talking
OnlyFans and fetish videos.
We were talking NBA. We were having a real conversation. We were talking NBA and NHL. We're actually having a good NHL conversation between me and Double R there for a minute. Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what do you know here? Gentlemen, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm going to check on everything and make sure everything's good. I'll be right back.
I'm good. Man, I couldn't tell you the last time I watched a hockey game.
It's one of those things where I turn it on. I turn it on for a while, and I can watch it. Hockey for me, once you get into the playoffs, that's when I can kind of get in the mindset of plopping myself down, and I'm going to watch as much as this as possible. But it is very much towards like I can watch it for a little bit. Because for one thing, I just don't understand all of it, and I've never made the effort. It's like people tell me with car racing. It's like, how can you sit there for 4 fucking hours and watch cars go in a circle? I'm like, I know it's not for everybody's forte, but I watch it differently. And I'm sure that's the way hockey is, so I don't know. Whatever.
No, I think the last time I saw a hockey game was the Cedar Park Stars or the Austin Stars, whatever it is. Or they're no, because the Texas Stars are the Dallas ones, so
yeah,
they have to be Austin. I don't know if they're even still around. It was at the Cedar Park Center, but
yeah,
my mom used to work with this guy. Wow, my mom used to work with this guy who went to Texas. I forget his name, but he's a big hockey fan. And he basically was, I doubt he still does it because I think they get scholarships now. But he basically was bankrolling the Texas men's hockey team. I mean, I don't know if there's a women's, but the Texas men's hockey team, which was a club sport now with the NCAA at the time. So all their gear and stuff, someone had to pay for it. He kind of bankrolled that. And then he also owned season tickets for the Austin Stars and had like a suite or something like that. Because that's where we sat when I went. And we didn't pay for tickets because my mom got them through work. And a few of our other coworkers were there. But, I mean, I was in like elementary school at the time. So it has been quite a long time. You know, I'd probably get into it if the Texas Stars were in like the Stanley Cup and it was like game 7 or game 5 and they were up 3-1 or something.
Yeah.
Might get into it then, but no, not a hockey guy by any means. Not my thing. And it's funny, my cousins they live in DC and actually went to the same school as Caleb Williams, Gonzaga Prep, I think. It's purple and white are their colors. And he was like a legitimate hockey prospect. And instead of going to college, he signed with like a semi-pro team where it's effectively like playing rookie ball, trying to make it to the majors in baseball. I think that's kind of how it's working. So he's at some small town in the Northeast doing that. But yeah, shout out him, Hamilton Nordwin.
So yeah, Jordan. So kind of the opposite. We went probably about 3 or 4 years ago. We went to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we were looking for something to do, you know, in the evening. And they said, "Well, you can go watch hockey." And it was like right down the road. All you had to do was walk over there, and it was the Jackson Hole Moose is what they were called. But this was exactly the opposite of what you're talking about. This was like dudes my age. This was like late 40s into their 50s, guys that maybe played at you know, like for the Texas Stars or whatever, but never got to the show. And these dudes are out there and they're just literally beating the shit out of each other. It's like it was some of the best hockey I've watched. It's very slow. I mean, it was slower, but I mean, people like the fights. I mean, my kids, and we took them, my 2 daughters, first hockey game we ever took them to watch the Stars. It was like they had like 4 fights and they're like, we love this. We want to come back. We took them to the next game. There were no fights and they're like, this sucks. So yeah, it's fun to watch. It's kind of like soccer, man. These dudes are incredible.
Hockey's great because you know you're going to watch you're going to see a good sport, you know, a good sport event for 2.5 hours. It's going to be 2.5 hours, and you're going to get out of there, man. Baseball can turn into 4 hours sometimes, or turn into a marathon. And I don't know, if I would say if you're struggling to get into hockey, try one season of fantasy hockey and see how that picks up for you. Right, you're gonna have skin in the game that way for sure. So that's
why I say like motocross, for example, supercross.
That's how I got into NASCAR, fantasy NASCAR. That's how I didn't even know who any of the drivers were until I was playing fantasy NASCAR.
Daytona 500 coming
That's a thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, you bet on the differential because there's drivers that get like a certain pole, right? They'll get like pole 28 or pole position 28, and if they're a really good driver with good gear or good equipment, like a good car, and they get in the 28 spot, they're probably going to end up in the top 10. So you're going to get
a lot
20
of
points in differential points just from starting at 28 and getting to 13. So
you had money on this, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I come on. I'm not watching people go around a track unless I got money on it.
Yeah.
Dude.
I'll send you guys. We're going to fire off our fantasy NASCAR league here again pretty soon because Daytona's coming around. I'll send y'all a link. It's fun to play. Our man Ty that was with us that dude got heavily into this shit.
Ty's a savant. Ty's a little younger than us, but Ty's taking money from our buddies.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. That Mike Hard
is
another one. He's like, hey, dude, who do I pick? I'm like, you don't need me. You pick.
Yeah, dude, there's fantasy NASCAR on DraftKings, Jordan.
Yeah. You can do
you can bet on everything. You can bet on who wins esport games.
I got money on. Yes, you can. Yes, you absolutely can.
I don't get how that isn't like. Yes, obviously, insider trading can go on wherever. It literally happened in the NBA. Look at Terry Rozier. But it has to be so easy for
like people throwing games and
you can bet on wrestling. You can bet on WWF.
But also like if you're, like, I can't believe I'm about the like fades or fade. If you always took fade or whatever, this dude would absolutely always get 20 points, at least 20 points. His KD, that's where you got to know too. Like usually on this map, this guy gets a KD of like 20 and 3. So if he's throwing, you'll know damn well, like, all right, come on, bro, that's not even your spot. You don't get 8 up like that, man. So yeah, I got money on everything, dude. Money on the sun coming up, J Guns.
There you go.
We need to check money on the Kalshi account. What's he put money on? That's the real place you can bet on everything.
That's right.
Now I've been tuning into my Fidelity accounts, man. I don't know if you guys are in the fintech or anything like that. But yeah, I've dumped a lot of shares in the Nvidia over the past couple of months. So right now's a good time to buy Nvidia. It's down a little bit. So boom.
I've got stock in a great auto parts company. Buy.
Oh,
buy. All right, guys. Bye. I gotta go. See y'all tomorrow.
We'll see
later, brother. But no bullshit though. Nvidia is going to be the number one. They are the number one provider in AI right now. So, and AI is only going to get more dominant. Yeah, it's inevitable. You might as well just go ahead and embrace it.
Yeah.
What's up, Jay Guns? How we doing? This isn't going to be a fintech podcast, but
whenever someone builds a data center and it's sucking up all the water and killing everything around it, just think of Wags. It's coming anyways. There's nothing you can do.
Hey, it was the flood's coming. Might as well get on the raft.
Yeah. No, we were using for the National Combine in San Antonio. It's this big showcase with like 800 kids that show up. And we put all the names into AI to like separate the kids that have offers by like, hey, use their 24/7 sports account. If they have more than 2 offers, separate them into a different list. If they have none, if they don't have a profile, put them in a different list. And that's how we did it. And like each time, it's like, oh, just killed more animals and plants and everything in the Rio Grande Valley. But we know which kids to watch. So obviously joking. Please don't turn this.
Sure.
But yeah. All right. So I don't have a ton of stuff for today's show, but I do have something kind of fun.
Dude, I almost watched your movie last night.
Begonia?
Is that
Begonia? You should have watched it.
It's on P. Like it's fired up. It's dialed up. It's number 1 on the queue.
Go ahead.
It looks good though, man. He Clemens looks like he's out there. He looks absolutely lost out there. Is that Emma Stone?
I don't know. It might be, but I mean, I don't pay attention to actors or actresses.
No, all right. Well, I don't know why you said it. Didn't you say it wasn't a good movie at first, but it ended up being?
No, like, it's a good movie.
Number 1 on Peacock, dude.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It just makes you uncomfortable at times, but that's part of what makes it a good movie.
Dude, I make you uncomfortable at times.
Well, yeah, but it's like different stuff. But yeah, all right. Antoine talking about former Land Passes 2027 receiver Ty Johnson. Got a visit from Mark Orphy. If you've tuned into Texas Sports Unfiltered, or more specifically my show on Texas Sports Unfiltered, you'll know been a longtime fan of Ty Johnson. I'm the president of the fan club, going back to when he was at Land Passes, like Antoine says here. So he's now at Korean Lutheran. It's a private school in the Los Angeles area. And they have like 12 other kids with Power 4 offers. They're recruiting kids into that school. They can, since it's private. And Ty Johnson ended up out there. He's picked up some big offers. Oregon, Georgia, a lot of West Coast schools. And he's, 6'3", 195, 190, 200 pound. Outside receiver, can go up and get it, can catch it, can take it to the house on screens. And I feel really bad because Mark Orphy went out and visited him, and I just read the tweet too quickly, and I thought they offered him, and I like texted him congrats. And he was like, no, he just visited, he didn't offer. And I was like, oh shit, man, I'm sorry, my bad. But I don't know.
Hopefully that's self-fulfilling prophecy or whatever,
Yeah, the thing that's really interesting to me is what these different staffs like, because like he's one of Georgia's top targets as a kid from Lampasas that's now in Los Angeles. But Texas has told people around him they don't think he's twitchy enough. So
is Georgia missing something? And they're, are they not seeing everything that the Texas scouts are seeing?
Well, everyone has different opinions, and also like
and needs too, right?
How should I say this? Like Georgia never offered Jermaine Bishop. They never recruited him. And I know they have Zach Branch or had Zach Branch for 1 year in this year's roster, but like they don't typically recruit sub 6 foot guys regardless of how fast and twitchy they are.
Right.
They want size. Like A.D. Mitchell, they got him out of high school. George Pickens. A lot of these guys aren't super twitchy, run after the catch, like yards after the catch demons. They're kind of possession receivers. Even think about Dylan Bell. He has some yards after the catch value. And I do think some of the reason they've gotten away from the smaller guys is because of guys like Arian Smith that could run past any defense, get open on any defense, but he'd catch it like a third of the time. So each school has different things they like, man. And that's kind of why. And
yeah,
I would love Texas to offer Ty Johnson, but I think with the type of player he is, they probably think that there's better options closer to home that'll be cheaper. But I mean, hey, each school, like I said, has different things they target. Texas in the last few years or in the last year specifically, is looking a lot more at twitch over, size, shit like that. So that's what I have to say about Ty Johnson. And then Antoine brings up Indiana started the season ranked 18th out of 18 in the Big Ten in terms of roster talent. These lists are purely talking points. I mean, hey, it is important. Stars do matter. That has been proven over time. Yes, there are more 3 stars drafted than 5 stars. There's also like 300 times as many 3 stars as there are 5 stars. That's always going to happen. But stars matter. And I know there's exceptions to that rule, Indiana being one of them.
But they're also dominating in the portal as well.
Yeah, and you also, I mean, they have more and more money year over year because they're winning and donors are wanting to donate more because they're seeing they're winning. But like the 2026 Indiana team is going to have more stars on it from like a recruiting star perspective than the 2025 team. It'll probably continue going like that.
Sure.
Like, yes, he can be really good at taking shots on evaluations, which he's done. That's how he has those players on this roster that he got out of high school that didn't come from JMU or that did. But you're not going to hit on every single one. And like the reason they took those players is because they felt they didn't have access to the top end talent that they wanted. They now do have access to those guys. They have the money. They have the reputation. They've won a national championship. They won a Heisman. They'll have the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. That's going to matter. So the team roster talent ranking for Indiana, I think, is going to continue to go up. And yes, they were 18 out of 18, but how old were they compared to other teams in the Power 4? They had to be a top 10, top 5, maybe number 1 oldest team in the Power 4. That matters too. So
23, their average age was 23. So and that's like Clemson. Remember when Clemson was dominating, right? The average age of their roster was 23, 22 years old. So they had a very mature roster. So there's proof in that pudding there, man.
Yeah, and Indiana, they have really good evaluators. They have really good coaches. And, yeah, there's also times when the recruiting industry misses and a kid is ranked significantly lower than he should be. And a lot of that is easier to look back in retrospect. But Indiana has done a phenomenal job. Obviously there's people that think they're like hacking into the cloud and watching practice tape.
Are you
but
are you subscribing to that at all anymore?
Well, I want to make it clear that Indiana staff are tremendous coaches. Like, 100%. Yes, there are obviously certain things you could say, hey, if they had practice tape, it's very clear that that's how they made that play. But also, like, their players get better. They get faster. They get stronger. There's a reason that every school in the SEC was trying to hire their strength and conditioning coach, and Tennessee got them. There's a reason for that. And obviously, Signetti, he's had a lot of continuity. He's had his coordinators with him like 16 years in a row or something ridiculous. They moved up every step of the way with him. So Like, they really have a great organizational setup and are probably more organized than arguably any other program in college football.
Yeah, they're just a machine.
It's them or Texas Tech. As far as top to bottom, from the financial side of it, from the scouting personnel side of it, and just the pure staffing side of it, not even throwing in the coaching, the organization of it is up there with the best in college football. So that's how they got there. That's how they became the exception. But yeah, let's see. And yeah, JW Crunch brings up a good point on Zach Branch. Without him, Georgia would not have made the playoffs. He did change a lot of things. He really did. So, and this is a little bit of a different example of what I meant by like the types of guys Georgia wants. But like, think of Noah Thomas. They got him out of the portal. He obviously didn't play that much, but like those are the type of guys they recruit.
But that's it's the build. That's their pedigree that they're going after.
Yeah,
though.
They want big body possession guys that can consistently win at the catch point. And, they might not have a ton of twitch, but they have terrific top end speed where if they're running a go route, they can win.
Tons of catch radius as well.
So, and also, I mean, you're probably like, oh, but why do you want size over speed? What does Georgia do most of the time really, really well outside of this year? Run the ball. And having that size on the outside matters because in the SEC, corners and safeties are going to tackle.
It allows you to get the edge 100%.
So, and I mean, shoot, year over year, the last 5 years, 10 years outside of the Saban era of Alabama, who would you say is the most successful program in college football? It has to be Georgia.
Georgia, yeah. I think it's because they do all the little things right.
Yeah, and they have a tremendous coach. They are one of the rare schools that has a setup where players can still, I mean, don't get it twisted. Players get their ass chewed out everywhere now, but it's different because you can't hurt their feelings too much or they'll sit out and go in the portal or, something similar to that, or they'll redshirt. At Georgia, Kirby has figured out a way to still get away with that in some.
It's a hard love. I don't know how hard love works down there because I'm with you because I don't see a lot of players really responding to hard love that well anymore, right?
And that builds confidence for that entire program. I mean, after they beat Texas's ass and Kirby's at the podium talking about, we don't want players that come here for money. We want players that want to be here because they want to get developed and win football games.
Right.
He's talking about Tyler Atkinson. That's who he's talking about. And 99% of coaches, I mean, call it stones, call it being an asshole because it's a high school kid, whatever you want to call it. Most coaches wouldn't do that, but he has that much confidence in his program and how they've gone about it, where they can say, hey, we don't have to pay up for Tyler Atkinson. He's really good. We got all these other guys we like a lot that are a fraction of the price that actually want to be here. So that matters. It really does. And I can't say it enough. They do a tremendous job. But yeah, so that's what I got.
Are they one of the only I was getting ready to ask a stupid question. I was going to say, are they one of the only programs that still has brand loyalty? But a lot of teams still have brand loyalty. I was wondering if the portal or
you want the answer for brand loyalty? Brand loyalty exists for the kids who aren't how should I say this?
Aren't from from like a hometown.
The 3 stars where the money is low or there is no money and they're actually making a decision off where to go to college, where to play football.
Right.
Those kids is where it matters. The Jet Walkers, the Caden Schroers, the local kids, that's where the Texas logo matters. But you're asking about brand loyalty. If brand loyalty and that really existed in the state of Georgia, Tyler Atkinson and Justice Terry aren't in Austin.
Would not be here, right?
When you get to the top end, a lot of it comes to money, and brand loyalty's out the window. It happens in every state, maybe except for LSU. But even them, they know they have to pay up. They paid up for Lamar Brown. They paid up for Richard Anderson. Those weren't hometown discounts by any means. So it is very interesting. All right, so at some point this week, I'm writing a story. 10 players I want to hear from or hear about this offseason as we go into spring ball. This is kind of outside the box. Like, obviously, we want to hear good things about Arch Manning, but I'm not throwing them on there. Same goes for, like, the Colin Simmonses, other guys that are established starters for the most part. So these are guys I want to hear about. How is their body developing? How are they physically developing? How are they adjusting to being at Texas? How is the competition for their position battles going? Things like that. That's what I want to hear. And so in no order, I got Jackson Christian on here. If you listen to any of these shows, I love this kid. Blue collar kid from Port Arthur. Dad's in a refinery. Mom's
Hard,
in the
right?
office. Yeah. Chose Texas over Texas A&M. Never wanted to leave the state. Was a state champion, 3-year starter at left and right tackle for Port Neches Groves. And is a great kid, phenomenal hard worker, and like I said, blue collar, extremely coachable. If you ask him to jump, he says how high. And he's mean, he's nasty. This is what Dan Neal and a lot of Texas fans have been begging for. And he's in a competition for one of the guard spots. He's competing with Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman, Dylan Sikorsky. The source of Texas might try to throw another name in there, but those are the 4 it's really down to, or at least that I'm expecting it to come down to. So, yeah, Jackson Christian. And if not, he's a smart kid. He knows how to snap. He can snap. He snapped in practice at Texas. Could he become the center of the future once Connor Robertson graduates? I'm not sure. But a lot's alike. I think he can play any of the interior, guard, center guard positions. Second, Jermaine Bishop. Same deal as Christian. Y'all know I love this kid. Tremendously talented. 5th all-time leading receiver in the state of Texas in Texas high school football history. All-time leader in yards, receiving touchdowns and receptions in the Houston area, and did it all at like 5'10", 150 pounds. Love the multi-sport background. Love the extensive 3-phase experience he has. He averaged over 41 yards a punt as a senior. Jeez. Lives, breeds, sleeps, bleeds football. That's all he cares about. That's all he does. Has it all between the ears. Great young man, great work ethic. And he makes the list because how is he going to adjust? This is a kid I've covered since his freshman year. I've seen him kind of grow up, physically develop a bit. He's always been on the smaller side, but how is he going to adjust? Yes, he played at the 6A level in the Houston metro area. It's a whole nother ball game in the SEC.
You have more anxiousness for him than
it's not anxiousness. It's I want to see how much weight can be put on him and how much
without him losing a step.
Like this is a kid who would have helped Texas last year. He would have been their twitchiest, most dynamic open field receiver on the team.
Yeah, I've seen the footage
as a senior in high school. I still believe the same thing when he'll be a freshman at Texas. He can play. He should play. He can help this team. I don't think he's going to play anything close to what Xavier Worthy did in 2021, but I think he'll be somewhere between – or I shouldn't say I think. I think he should be somewhere as far as a role between what Worthy did as a freshman in 2021 and what Ryan Wingo did as a freshman in 2024.
So what do you think, like 10 snaps a game maybe?
Yeah, at least 2 to 3 touches. Okay. He has to touch the ball. I don't care if you put him as a returner on special teams to guarantee him touches that way. He has to touch the ball and has to be on the field. He's a 3-year player. He's not going to be at Texas long. They have to take advantage of it. Next, Jamarian Carlson, another kid I love. Great between the ears, mental eval. Thing with him, kind of a tweener. He's currently 6'4.5" in the 270s. But has a huge wingspan, huge frame, 36-inch arms, 83-inch wing, can project to staying at edge, playing on the interior, playing that kind of big DN position Will Muschamp has. Like he projects to pretty much every position in Will Muschamp's defensive line outside of nose tackle. D tackle, DN, buck, like he can project any of that. It's all just going to be about where Texas wants to go with him. So that's kind of why he makes it. He told me he's starting his career with Alan Clark in the edge room. We'll see if that's the case because, I mean, it would be a surprise to no one that saw him play and was around him in high school if 3 years from now he's in the draft as a 330-pounder because he
can put that much on.
He has enough frame space to do it. Now, not everyone can handle weight like that and be the same player.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not lose agility putting that much on though?
But there's just so much to work with there, so much you can do. So that's why he makes the cut. Dylan Sikorsky is on here.
That's a must.
Sikorsky, him and Christian are on here for similar reasons. They're in a position battle. Sikorsky started 8 games at Oregon State last year after redshirting year 1. Starting experience in the whatever the rundown Pac-12 is called now is a lot different than in the SEC. So curious to hear how he adjusts, how he's competing. for that guard spot. Don't have much else to say there. Brandon Baker, this one's interesting because everyone has looked at him, and myself included, as this kid that's a short tackle that probably should play guard, but he's never played guard.
Right. So he's going to be,
in high school, went to one of the top programs in the country, modern day.
Played guard in high school at all?
No, he only played right tackle in high school. That's all he played, and he was the number one tackle in the country. Never took a snap.
No, I mean I know, but I mean usually, I think somewhere down the line he would have played every position, just trying to.
Well, at modern day is one of those schools that recruits kids. So there was 3 other kids on his senior offensive line that also went Power 4.
Gotcha.
So you can kind of, really work on your craft at a specific position if you're at a school like that, which he was. But he's only played right tackle at Texas, only played right tackle at modern day. How is he going to be as a guard? He's athletic. He has good foot speed, good technique, but he's not a super strong guy. He's not Kelvin Banks, obviously. He has 34-inch arms, which is nice, but again, he's not the strongest guy. So how is it going to work in the phone booth when he has to punch dudes? Because that's what it's going to be. He's a smart player, smart kid, mature kid. He's already married, working on that wedding. But how's it going to work at guard, especially because he's guaranteed to start effectively? I brought it up yesterday. I bet at Texas they put, they put it out to the media that he's in a competition like they did last year with Andre Kojo, and everyone knew that was in an actual competition. I bet that ends up happening, but he should start at guard. And then the Coleman brothers, Jordan, Devin Coleman, same reason as Sikorsky, Christian. How are they competing? How are they doing? Bringing in Jonte Newman kind of takes some of the weight off of Jordan Coleman panning out as a tackle, because previously, due to numbers, he kind of was going to have to figure it out at right tackle. Because they already had enough guards. So now, gives more of a chance for him to make it work at guard potentially. And then Devin, he's shorter than Jordan. He's a guard through and through, and he's not going to play center. So, again, reminder, the expectation is the guard spot opposite of Brandon Baker comes down to Dylan Sikorsky, Jackson Christian, Jordan Coleman, and Devin Coleman. After the Coleman brothers, I have Tyler Atkinson, true freshman. I've said it for what feels like over a year now, the most ready-to-play linebacker in the entire 2026 class. Obviously a smaller guy, 6'1", 6'2", about 220, 230. Is he maxed out athletically? I don't think so, but he's probably close to it. But that doesn't really matter. He can still be a tremendous player. He's all about ball. He's a grinder, watches a ton of tape, trains a ton.
All I care about is if he misses tackles or not. Just wrap up and get him to the ground.
But he makes the list because if he can't figure it out as a freshman, right, Texas is going to be shit up creek with the linebackers. Rasheem Biles, Anthony Smith, I'm not worried about them. Brad Spence, not really worried about him unless someone puts him in space and coverage, which Texas
I missed the news. Did Barnes get retained? Were we able to retain?
He went in the portal because Texas tried to pay him half as much that they did in year one and thought he would accept that, which he obviously didn't. And he went and got paid at Kentucky. I would have done the same thing if I was him. Want to make that clear. Brand loyalty, like I said, who's paying the check? That's what matters nowadays. But Anthony Smith, Rasheem Biles, they're going to start. Justin Cryer, the Florida State transfer, will be in year 4. He will be in the 2 deep. Brad Spence will be kind of that Sam backer role that Trey Moore played this year. It's a different defense, but there's similarities in that position.
Is this real? Real?
Yeah, it is. We'll talk about that in a sec. And then Tyler Atkinson is, he's going to be backing up to Anthony Smith and Rasheem Biles. He's going to be in the 2 deep. So as long as he's not a liability, it's going to change the rest of the season for Anthony Smith, Rasheem Biles, and Cryer, because they're going to get more time to, be on the bench and rest, all that. Because, yes, they're paying him a ton, but they can't put him out on the field if he's going to be a liability. So I don't think he will be. I don't expect him to be. But I'm curious to hear how he adjusts to the level of play at Texas. And then third to last, I have Derek Williams on here. Really interesting Texas career. stud true freshman, was off to a really good start as a sophomore. Put together really good games versus Michigan and Ann Arbor, versus OU in the Cotton Bowl, and then he tore his ACL in that Cotton Bowl. Since then, hasn't really looked like the same player. Thing is, I haven't been able to figure out, is this a mental thing or is the knee, did he screw up rehab and it's not the same knee?
So that's what I thought it was too, like more of a mental thing where like when somebody hurts something like or has an injury of this extent, they don't go full go on it, right? They're kind of holding back. That's what I kind of thought it was. Or maybe you just genuinely lost a step or lost a spring.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know the mental part of recovery, it's obviously important, and I did hear there were some highs and lows with that with Derek Williams. And that and kind of how Dwayne Aquina handled that is one of the reasons he originally entered the portal. Then they hire Blake Gideon. He comes back. So can Blake Gideon unlock something out of him that he previously was able to that Dwayne Aquina couldn't? Could that happen? Because like, yeah, Jelani McDonald's coming back. That's a tremendous retention for Texas, but who are the other safeties?
Right.
Like everyone wants to say Jonah Williams. He's in batting practice right now. He barely played this year. Does anyone have confidence in Xavier Filsme after what we've seen the last 2 years?
No.
Jordan Johnson, who Bell hasn't played. Zealous Hicks will be in year 2 next year.
Yeah.
Probably still not ready because he skipped a year of high school and had, little to no experience doing anything successful in the pass game in high school. Watch his junior year highlights. Everyone is mad we dropped him from a 4-star to a 3-star when he reclassed. The highlight tape is like 6 minutes. There's literally one passing play on it. That's it. So safety is really important. If they can get Derek Williams to be a starter, that'll be awesome. I'm sure they want Jonah Williams to be the starter, especially with what the investment is in him. But hey, man, Blake Gideon's back in Austin. It'll be his safety room. We obviously know he loves Derek Williams, recruited him out of high school, coached him, for 2 years. But can he get something else out of him? Because the safety room is going to need someone to emerge as the guy besides Jelani McDonald. And if that doesn't happen by the end of the season, they're going to have to portal in a starting safety next year. That is what is happening. Yeah. And then second to last, Justice Terry. Kind of a similar selection to Jamarian Carlton. Just a bit of a tweener, can be a big D end in Muschamp's scheme, can really play anything on the D line outside of nose tackle. So I'm curious to see what that looks like.
What's his speed? Like, can he play any linebacker at all either? Or
no, he's too big for that. He's like 6'3". I think Texas lists him at 5'2", 270, 275, somewhere in there. But he needs to play with his hand in the ground. Like if he's at an edge position, his hand is still on the ground most likely. But
so there's no buck. He can't be a buck or anything like that.
No, probably. I mean, he could, but they have other guys that can do it better than he could. That are better in space. Yeah. Their lateral quickness is better than his. But with Justice Terry, it was a huge investment in him. They spent 7 figures on him, and he did not play that much last year. And I mean, I've talked about it before. The timeline for a lot of these top players is 2 years because with what you're paying them, if they're not starting or in the 2 deep or playing starting level snaps in the rotation, they get cut. Or they accept lower money in year 3, which is extremely unlikely. So it's I don't want to say it's put up or shut up time for Justice Terry, but this season is kind of what that is. They're paying him a lot of money. Like something has to come out of that. So curious to see how he develops, where he's playing, which positions he's playing, which packages he's in with, who he's in with. And all that. And then last but certainly not least, Ryan Niblett, one of the most underappreciated players in college football. You can make the argument he's single-handedly responsible for 3 different Texas wins.
I would 2 for sure.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think OU was scoring a touchdown no matter what. But you can make the argument. The reason he makes this list, I know he's going to be helping in the return game. I mentioned Jermaine Bishop earlier. I just my mind blanked. Like they're not taking Niblett out to guarantee Jermaine Bishop snaps. That's not happening. But on offense, can Ryan Niblett actually play offense this year? I know you brought in 2 great running backs. You brought in Cam Coleman. You still have Wingo. Emmett Mosley, but he can help this team in the open field. I said it like till my face was blue throughout the season. Run the orbit motion with him that guaranteed Keelan Robinson a touch every single game and a first down every single game. He can do the same things. And the main reason I selected him is because last year when the offense was stagnant and they needed to get playmakers the ball, Texas and Steve Sarkisian tried to do that with him. The thing is, because he's not really like a normal functional receiver or running back, he's kind of just like an offensive Swiss Army knife. It was like, who are you going to take off the field for him? So the problem is they started putting him on the field to designate touches, but since he never really played offense until they were trying to do that, it was very easy for the defense. The ball's going to 21.
Right, 100%.
So they had to figure out a way to get him on offense where he isn't touching the ball. So when you do want him to touch the ball, you can actually gain yards and he can get in space and operate and do what he does best. So, well, those are the 10 I came up with. Just thought it'd be a fun thing to do. But
something tells me, if you narrow it down to something very simple, it's blocking. If he's able to block.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, that's something that Georgia does well that I think it gets, so unsung. You mentioned the size that Georgia has, but they're able to block downfield, right? And allows their running backs to get to the edge and get 8 yards at chunks and then cut back and then turn that 8 yards into 30, man. It's just it's so key. It's so clutch.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about having a good blocking tight end, but if you have wide receivers that can block downfield too, it's house money.
I mean, one of the craziest things this year, I feel like no one brought this up, or at least I didn't see any national media bring it up, but Lawson Lucky and Oscar Delp at Georgia, like it is kind of nuts how much they're used to block. Like they're great blockers, and that's why they're brought in. But also, like they're great catching the ball. Both of them would have started at Texas this year and last year, either one of them. And they have both of those guys. And both should get drafted this year. And whatever team selects them is getting a steal because they were, I don't want to say they were underutilized, but they weren't used in the passing game a ton. So I think they're going to be really interesting in the NFL. But Georgia, they do a great job with the O-linemen, the tight ends, and then they get explosive running backs, and they look over the entire country to get those guys. Nate Frazier, their running back who will start next year, is literally from Modern Day, and they beat out USC and all these West Coast schools to get him. So
speaking of, have we talked about USC landing Gary Patterson?
Not really. No, we haven't. I think it's a good hire for Lincoln.
I think it's a great hire. He might have something figured out for once.
He has to let him evaluate players, though. And that'll be interesting because, TCU under Gary Patterson, they brought in players from the West Coast at times, but they recruited Texas, North Louisiana, parts of Arkansas.
Sorry to throw you down there. That's my ADHD. Just kind of. I heard you say USC, so I was like, West Coast,
But how's that going to work on the West Coast? Like they have a Chad Bowden, their GM, does a great job. They have a good personnel scouting department. They obviously have money. But more important than that, they know how to budget and spend their money correctly. And Chad, I talked about it whenever they hired him from Notre Dame last offseason. Chad Bowden is the reason they had the high school class they had. He was who was talking to donors, convincing them to give money instead of hold it because they hated Lincoln Riley. He was the one convincing them, no, we need to offer this kid. What the hell is wrong with you, Lincoln Riley? Why have you never been to Modern Day High School when you're the head coach?
He's never even taken a visit?
Yeah, like they were not recruiting Los Angeles under Lincoln Riley. And because they didn't do that for a few years, Lincoln couldn't just start showing up at these schools and stuff. So they had to bring in a new face who basically was like, hey, I'm the guy in charge. Apologies for all that stuff they screwed up in the past, but now this is me running it. And Bowden's done a great job. He was the one who kind of –
I never knew that Riley never even paid visits to Modern Day.
Modern Day was an example, but I know he was not going to a lot of those LA schools. I do know that. So Bowden is to credit there. But with Gary Patterson, it'll be very interesting. Think about it too. Gary Patterson made his money in the Big 12. A lot different style of game in the Big Ten, and in the cold. So it'll be interesting, man. All right, I'm gonna hit on some of these comments.
Sure, I'll be right. I gotta run downstairs for 1 second. I'll be right back.
No worries. Woodcrest says guard will be the reason Texas goes 9-3 again this year. They failed yet again to get elite guards. Yeah, and the thing too, they didn't even need like someone elite guard, average or above average. They didn't land any average or above average guards in the portal, unless you want to make an argument that moving Brandon Baker to guard brings that. When Brandon Baker has never played guard in his life in an actual football game, at least at the high school level and up. So you're on the money. The guard center guard combo is to blame for a lot of Texas's downfall in 2025, and it's setting up to be the same thing in 2026. David Keith Williams says Brandon Baker has consistently played right tackle, involved into a very good right tackle by the end of the 25 season. I don't know why there's so much concern about measurables regarding his ability to play right tackle. I mean, it's less about measurables for me. It's more about, is he going to be strong enough to hold up in the phone booth and to anchor in the interior? Because blocking war daddies in the SEC, the Richard Anderson types, even Josiah Sharma, the Alex Januaries, those are different than blocking the Zena Yumio Zulus, the Colin Simmonses, the Lance Jacksons. How is he going to hold up in the phone booth? That's the thing I'm curious about with him. And regarding his measurables, like, yeah, he has some length, not the tallest guy, but he probably is going to play guard in the NFL if he gets drafted into the NFL. A little similar to what people were saying about Kelvin Banks. He's obviously hung at left tackle for the Saints, but as good as Brandon Baker is, he's not Kelvin Banks. So that's what I'd say about that. In case you missed it, Antoine reminds everyone, Diego Pavia recorded at 5'9", 198 pounds at the Senior Bowl yesterday. I believe the official measurement was like 5'9" 3/8 or 5'9" 5/8. But Vanderbilt has listed him at 6 foot. The entire time he's been there, he's been 6 foot on their website. But as expected, he was sub 5'10". So, yeah. And in case you missed it, in the last about half hour,
how about that?
Joe Brady hired as head coach of the Buffalo Bills.
I figured that was going down, right, with all the writing on the wall. And yeah, great hire. I say great hire. I should be a little reluctant with that. It's going to be his first job as a head coach, so we'll see how it happens. Now, he's been an assistant for a while. That's the thing, right? You don't have to break up any of the continuity. Here we go. Let's see how the Joe Brady era happens in Bills Mafia. So I'm excited to see what this happens, or what populates for Coach Brady now. I kind of wanted this to be the next head coach. Not kind of. I did want this to be the next head coach for the New York Giants. But yeah, Allen doesn't have to change anything up. Hopefully they're able to continue to promote from within and find their offense coordinator that's still in that locker room and in that staff. And
it would be like a Kyle Flood offensive coordinator where they just have the title and Brady calls plays.
For sure. It's just the fact, though. But ultimately, I think, with this in their war room, they should be targeting a wide receiver. If that's the case, Jordan, who's the wide receiver that the Bills may be targeting in this draft this year?
I mean, they're going to be picking later, so it won't be Carnell Tate.
Is Tate even a guy that could make a difference there for Buffalo? Used to cold weather. I'll give him that, but
he's not going to be on the board where they can pick him. Same with Jordan Tyson, unless like one of them gets arrested.
Right, they'd have to move completely up to get Tate. So
yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. It's a great question.
I mean, they clearly need to target a
Mekhi Lemon might fall that far.
Ooh, where are they picking? 20, 27, 28?
Yeah, mid to high 20s. But yeah, maybe Mekhi Lemon. I'm curious about Jacoby Lane because that dude is a baller, but he also not a good mental eval.
The short, twitchy, speedy guys aren't working for Buffalo.
What is working for them?
That's a good point too, because Coleman didn't fucking Coleman's Charmin soft too. So, or
I love how in that press conference, I think it was the owner said it. No, yeah, it was the owner. The owner and the GM are at the table during a press conference. This is like the day after they fire McDermott.
All right.
And someone asked Bean, the GM, like, hey, tell us about how the draft works. Who picked Keon Coleman? That has not worked out. Was that you? Was that McDermott? And as he's starting to answer, the owner cuts him off and he's like, that wasn't him. That was all McDermott and the coaching staff. They overruled Keon Coleman. That's basically this. Didn't throw him under the bus, catapulted his ass under the bus.
Yes.
And
just opened it up.
Yeah. So, man, if I'm Keon Coleman, it's like,
what the?
Yeah. What do you say? Fuck me for? But he needs to get out of there. He really does, and they shouldn't have selected him. Imagine if they had A.D. Mitchell, man. I need to look at the draft more. I can't think of any receivers that.
I don't know if A.D. Mitchell would make that much of an impact, but I know he's a lot more tougher and callous stuff than Coleman, right? And he gives you a little bit more surer hands than Coleman does. Indiana could be in a really nice little position here with their wide receiver room as it's blossoming.
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell just drop passes. He doesn't do the I love cookies thing and dance on the field in warm-ups when he's
Diego Pavia shit, man.
Yeah. All right, some other stuff. David Keith Williams says, I thought Tyler Atkinson was closer to 210. You are right. I misspoke when I said 220. I mean, he'll probably be in the 220s.
I could see, yeah.
By the time by the time
next year, maybe
off week 1, but yeah,
I don't know if he'll gain that much weight in 1 year, man. That's a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably 210, 215 now. He can put on 5-10 more pounds before August. But regarding Marcus Boswell, I'm really curious what happens with him because he played in all 12 of Akron's games, including on special teams, but appeared in defense in like 8 or 9 of them as a rotation player. He was like in the 3rd rotation, or I assume he was based off the stats and snap count he had. But with him, there's a big difference between playing at Akron and at Texas. I know I keep saying that for a lot of these guys making the transition to Texas, but you do have to bring that up.
You're talking about Akron, the super school that can beat Michigan on
the Zips.
Did you just tell me to zip it?
The Zips, the Akron Zips.
I thought I heard you say zip it.
No.
No, I know Alcorn State is the magical team. But
but with Boswell, you got to remember he went to prep school out of high school. He did 1 year at prep school. If you don't know what prep school is, it's like going to college, but it's not college, and it's kind of like high school, but it's not high school. And you play other prep schools that have like 19 and 20-year-olds that graduated high school but never went to college, and they're trying to get into college football. So he did 1 year there and then chose an Akron offer over UMass, played year 1 at Akron, and he currently has 3 years left of eligibility, but 4 years to play those 3 years. So he might redshirt this year because he's probably going to be depth anyways. And it's not like he'll need to play special teams. They can figure it out elsewhere. And it's going to help Texas more down the road if they have him until 2029 instead of 2028. Because he is probably unlikely to, exhaust his eligibility early to go to the NFL. So with Marcus Boswell, I'm curious what happens with him. He's going to be depth no matter what. But, can he redshirt, especially if the redshirt rule changes to 9 games? If that's the case, I think he definitely will redshirt, but we'll see. Antoine, I saw this. Texas just offered a kid at Lame Creek. They actually offered 2, him and Ezekiel Aingbale, who is the son of former Texans and Seahawks offensive tackle Dwayne Brown. So there you go. David Keith Williams brings up Xavier Filsamy. Said Filsamy played his first football at Texas last season. He's quite possibly the best combo of speed, strength, and athleticism on the Texas team. Filsamy just needs more coaching. It's a great point.
I can back that up.
The best combination of speed, strength, and athleticism, you know what that reminds me of? What Texas fans used to say about Tyler Owens, who transferred to Texas Tech and got drafted in the NFL off height, weight, speed testing, and he's a career special teamer. So there's more to it than that. You bring up he needs coaching. He obviously does. He was flipped by Blake Gideon. Gideon flipped him from Florida right before signing day. Spent 1 year under him. So, hopefully that'll help him in his continued development. But they need to step it up. And also, as far as the best combo of speed, strength, and athleticism, I would probably put Jonah Williams and Nick Townsend ahead of him on that. Both those dudes are freak shows. And another point on Phil Smee, he originally was a receiver prospect. They went both ways, and then by his senior year was a full-time safety. But, I went out to see McKinney play Prosper in what was Phil Smee's senior year. And it was for the district championship. And Corey Raymond was there as the Florida defensive backs coach trying to keep him. And Blake Gideon was there as the Texas safeties coach trying to flip him. And they talked the entire game. And I was like, what? Like, he's trying to flip the guy you're here to see. And y'all are talking like that's not what,
Showing it up and shit.
Yeah, it was just kind of strange. But the game is the game. You can get along with competitors. That's probably what happened. But during that game, like, the coaches were losing their mind at McKinney and literally pulled him for a series because he kept just doing his own thing. I don't know if that's he didn't listen, didn't understand the calls into the safeties, or if he was just freestyling on purpose. I don't know. But they got so upset with him down 7 or 14 points in the first half of the district championship that they pulled him for the next series because he either wasn't listening or was doing his own thing. So once I saw that, I was like, hey, he's going to need to learn, how to listen to the coaches, how to play in the scheme, how not to freestyle and, overshoot or, overfill holes or run too far when you're trying to keep him inside, shit like that. There's a horrible way of explaining it, but
no, I know what you mean.
Yeah, he still is putting together the mental part of the game. He has everything else, though. I'm with you on that. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, hey, I'm with you. This is what I said too. NTCB Johnson said how many screens got blown up by bad blocks or holding from the receiver position.
That's a
lot. But I'll tell you what I'm grateful for. That Xavier Worthy doesn't wear a Texas uniform anymore, because the amount of times they would throw screens to someone that wasn't Worthy and Worthy had to block. It's like, Steve, you are literally calling up a play that is guaranteed to put you 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Like, I remember
that is a great point.
The TCU game in 2023, the one that Jonathan Brooks tore his ACL at. We were talking about this yesterday, I think. I'm in the press box, and they call a screen to Whittington, and Worthy just gets, like, abused trying to block. Like, I think the TCU defender literally drove him into Whittington to make the tackle or something like that. And it's not like Worthy wasn't trying, but he was, like, 160 pounds at the combine.
Yeah, soaking wet, right? Yeah. Like, soaking wet, he weighs an ass cheek.
Yeah, so I remember that happening, and all the Texas media in the press box was like, dude, Steve, what are you doing? Like, this is just bad football, bad X's and O's. So if he tries
you're not allowed to say shit in the press. Like, you're not allowed to do anything. Like, the press box is supposed to be quiet.
Well,
like, no cheering, no nothing. Like,
but everyone was like,
yeah, for sure. Like, that's what's so. I can imagine the entire box just blowing up. Just be like, oh,
yeah. But what was I gonna say? With Jermaine Bishop, do not use him to block. If you're listening, Steve, do not use him to block. He can block pretty well for how little he is, but
or whatever, yeah.
A whole nother ball game in college. So yeah.
I would love to see Bishop utilized like Malachi Tony.
Yeah. I'd love it too, but also, like, if you swapped the receiver rooms of Miami and Texas outside of everyone besides Tony and Bishop, a lot more opportunities would be going to Bishop then and a lot less to Tony. Like, yeah, he has some NFL guys around him, but it won't be a Cam Coleman. And
right.
I guess much as I talk down on Ryan Wingo, he's going to get drafted higher than anyone that plays receiver at Miami outside of Tony. So,
well, let me ask this question then.
I will say, Mario Cristobal, obviously bad with game management and stuff like that, but he does and has always done a really, really, really good job of getting his best player the ball.
Oh, well, that
he's
too,
always done a really good job of that. Going back to Oregon.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it too.
Let me ask you this question: Is there enough speed in Bishop to blow the secondary? I know we talk about his quick twitch. We know about his ability to make people miss in space, but is there enough speed to blow the doors off the secondary?
He's not
like. Does he have worthy speed?
He has worthy 0 to 60 acceleration.
Okay.
If not, this is going to sound crazy. If not fast.
No. I
ridiculously twitchy. Some of the best knee tendon strength you'll ever see, and just sinewy strong. But the top end speed, like, I'm trying
getting
to figure out
to another gear to
he's not gonna be striding by guys like Worthy used to on deep balls that Quinn Ewers and Hib would never connect on.
Right. Okay.
He's not gonna be used that way, I don't think. Now, can he do that? Yes, but he's not the top end speed that Worthy was. The thing with Worthy too that made him like such a fascinating prospect, he's pretty high hipped, where he has super long legs to where once he's at his top gear, it's like 2 strides to go 5 yards. Jermaine is put together in a different way where his strides and legs aren't as long. He's also
very quick, right?
Like 2 or 3 inches shorter. Like Worthy is 6 foot 6'1", with length. Jermaine is 5'10". So, and Worthy was more of a.
I always forget that. I always think Worthy's a little shorter, right?
Well, it's because he's like 160 pounds, but he is 6'1", 6 foot, long arms. But with Worthy, he always, traditionally played on the outside. Jermaine Bishop is a slot, and that kind of helps, I guess, reveal the differences there. Like, he's a 0 to 60 Ferrari, doesn't have a ton of top end speed though, so it's all about run after the catch, make you miss in a phone booth, which he's great at. And I do think Bishop will offer more after the catch than Worthy did. Like, Worthy was a tough runner and ran through some tackles, but he also got brought down fairly easy because he was
a
slider.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nathan says, Jordan, it seems like the offer process on defense is much faster now that Muschamp is there. Seems like he is letting guys call their shots. Yes, I'm with you. Working to find out more on exactly how the process is working as far as who brings the player to Muschamp to offer, or is it Muschamp that says we need to offer this kid? How does that work? But as far as it being faster and more kids getting offered, yes, that is happening. Thing is, most of it is happening to out-of-state kids, and Texas is still doing this weird thing with in-state kids where it seems like they're taking forever to offer them because they don't want to offer them unless they know they will 1,000% take them. But they also are offering 2027 kids in the state of Texas in the last month that I'm like, there's no way they take this kid right now. So why would – it's a very interesting approach, right? Not a lot of info on it that is available either, and it's – by design, obviously. So, yeah. Let's see. And I'm with you, David Keith Williams. I think Brandon Baker shifts back to right tackle if Melvin Ciani ends up being one and done at right tackle. But, yeah. CB said, did you see the star of the Blind Side movies on life support, and his co-star of the movie, the actor who played the little boy, says it's not good?
What?
Michael Oher is on life support?
No. The actor who played him.
Oh, my dumbass. No, wow, I didn't know that. You know what's crazy though? I think his name is SJ, right? SJ Tui. You want to guess what SJ Tui does nowadays? He's the general manager at ULM for football. And he had a job at UCF, something in their NIL department. I myself have never met the guy, never seen him in person. But in talking to several agents, I'm told he's not very well liked. But also, once that movie came out and people actually looked up that family, I don't think anyone in that family was very well liked.
Right.
But yeah. And also, talk about it, like, they make him seem like he's legitimately stupid. Like, during practice, when there's just balloons and he's like, ooh. Like, that doesn't happen. Come on now.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is pretty interesting. NTCB Johnson. I think this is about the Buffalo Bills pick. He said Milk Hyper saying Chris Brazzell from Tennessee. I know it says Mizzou, but he's getting drafted out of Tennessee. originally from Midland Legacy, went to Tulane, and then the Fritz staff left for Houston. They tried to bring him. He went in the portal and then realized other schools would be paying him a lot more than Houston, and he went to Tennessee, had a good career there. But, yeah. I bring up a good point here. David Keith Williams says Tyler Owens was a sprinter playing football. Owens absolutely had no understanding of football at all. Phil Smee is running 10.52. Only Ryan Niblett has a faster official time in the 100 meters. Good point. Good point. Like, he has a better football IQ than Tyler Owens, but I was making a lazy comp of them being guys who showed up to Texas as really good athletes that had to be turned into football players that couldn't be done with Tyler Owens. Still TBD on Phil Smee. Let's see. Yeah, this is another hilarious thing from this past year. David Keith Williams says something crazy about the Texas screenplays is that many of the screens are thrown to Jack Endries with wide receivers blocking.
What?
Endries was a consistently dominant threat in the middle of the field. Yeah. And I will say, Jack Endries in this camp were so pissed off during the year, like especially the first half of the year when he just wasn't getting any touches and they were using him to block. Like, several people in his camp were like, this is not what we signed up for. And it was very on the table that he was going in the portal instead of the draft, and he ended up choosing the draft. But the going in the portal was very much on the table for him. And they were not very pleased at times throughout the year with how things are going.
He was very underutilized, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when he was throwing the ball, he was throwing it on the outside to get wide receivers to block for him or doing a middle inside screen. It's ridiculous. Sometimes it's just, head scratching. So,
yeah. Do you know what this is about? Jose says the Keon Coleman video on Twitter asking the owner if he needs to put his autograph as his signature on the contract. Did you see this?
No.
So when they drafted him, they bring him into the facility to sign the contract, right? And they're taking photos. He has the press conference, right? And he's in like this room and he's about to sign. That's all it is. They're about to take a photo of him and post their draft pick is officially signed. And they're recording. And the owner is he hands him a pen and he's like watching him sign. And before Keon does it, he's like, wait, do I put like my first and last name or do I sign it like I'm signing an autograph? And the owner looks at him like, how stupid is this? Like, the owner was so confused that he was even asking the question. He's like, what do you mean?
He meant print or signature.
And Keon's like, do I do like an autograph or do I do like my full name? And he was like, well, what do you usually do? And he's like, I don't know. I've never done one of these. He like was so confused that it confused the owner. But in his face, I think you can see some immediate regret. Like, yeah, we really drafted.
Who do we just pick?
Yeah. David Keith Williams.
I mean, I get it. It's a very exciting time for a young man or a young person. He's probably so nervous and shit. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to, but still, that's a pretty.
Also want to bring up Keon Coleman is from Louisiana. Went to Michigan State, then Florida State, but he is from Louisiana. It's also well documented. Him and CeeDee Lamb are cousins. But David Keith Williams says, I know track and football speed is different. Also know Jermaine Bishop has not consistently run track, but I don't think he's a 100-meter time below 11 seconds. Yeah, so he ran track as a freshman and sophomore, but he hasn't run the 100-meter time since his freshman year. And as a sophomore, he only competed in relays. So his lone or his few 100-meter times from his freshman year are all above 11 seconds. But he was also a 14, 15-year-old, as a freshman. So if he ran it as a senior, I don't think there's any way he wouldn't eclipse sub 11. There's no possible way he wouldn't go sub 11.
But that's a big if.
Yeah, no, it is a big if. CB said, Wags, didn't Trey and BK have the actor and studio on their show?
Remember, we had so many fucking people in. I can't remember.
Yeah. All right, we got to wrap this up soon. David Keith Williams says, speaking of East and Rural, I really do not like juniors committing to Texas, especially non-QBs. with that being said, what would you give? Or what percentage would you give Royal officially signing with Texas? I'm just going to be brutally honest, like 50 or 51%. Like, the fact that they have him committed is a very good thing, but you obviously have to keep him committed. LSU, Lane Kiffin are not going to give up. Ole Miss, Pete Golding are not going to give up. Florida, Alex Golish, they're not going to give up. And it wouldn't be shocking if OU or A&M or Ohio State try to get in the mix too.
Sleeping in too.
He's extremely talented. I don't have his exact height, weight numbers off the top of my head, but like a stoutly built slot inside outside receiver that is also PR'd at 10.3 flat in the 100-meter. World class speed on the lasers. He ran, I think, 4.28 or 4.29 in the 40 at the Under Armour Future 50 event in the summer. He checks literally every box. And with that, he's an elite prospect. And elite prospects are recruitments that go all the way to the finish line, and that's what this will be, regardless of what he says and when he says it. So it's going to be a long way to go because, again, he's extremely talented. Those other schools aren't going to give up. But, I mean, regarding Texas's chances, you have to feel better about them in the field right now because they do, in fact, have him committed. So, yeah, and, like, the fans are always like, well, you're not committed if you're taking visits elsewhere. And, like, Texas should adopt the Clemson and OU policy where once you commit, if you take a visit elsewhere, you get dropped. You can't do that shit with Eastern Royal. That Eastern Royal is the best possible receiver they can get in 2027 by far and away. Like, if he says, yeah, I want to visit A&M on the way home from my Texas visit, I'm like,
go ahead. All right. But
buddy, really? But have some fun in College Station, I guess, you know. Like, that's how you have to handle these things, the big boy recruitments, and it is a big boy recruitment. Let's see. Anything else? Jack Andrews wishes he followed Mendoza in Indiana. He probably does.
I bet he does.
But yeah, all right. Anything else you want to hit on before we get out of here?
Not much.
All right.
I mean, we got Texas basketball coming up on Wednesday. I mean, we got Auburn. Just see how we respond against Auburn. Continue to play.
Yeah. All right. Last one. Sticky said for Eastern Royal, is it an NIL commitment or is it not that high on his list? Any 5-star committed nowadays is an NIL recruitment or commitment. Now, no comment on if Texas is paying him or not paying him right now. No comment on that, but it doesn't matter. USC was paying Xavier Griffin monthly payments for nearly a full year, and Alabama bought out the money that he owed. Like, there are buyouts in college football recruiting nowadays for high school kids. It is so ridiculous. We've lost the plot so much. But, I mean, whether or not Texas is or isn't paying him right now, he can still get out of that fairly easy, and he's talented enough where LSU, Florida, Ole Miss, anyone would pay that to get him. So, but no comment on that. David Keith Williams brings up.
You sure there's no comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
David Keith Williams brings up Easton Royal, roughly 5'11", 195. If he runs track this season, he could reach 10-1. It is likely he will be an early enrollee, but if he ran track as a senior, he could potentially break 10 seconds. Yeah, he could. So, yeah, but Jose said, can we get a
call in?
The final show so we can all cry on the phone. Is there a way we can do that without giving out like our personal numbers?
I mean, yeah, like I can rig something up.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know StreamYard too well, but like if you're doing OBS, you can link it up through Zoom and do Zoom calls that way. I'm sure it's a similar feature here. I just gotta check it out.
I think you can get like a Google number or something like that. I don't know.
This is what I love. So when I'm not on the show, right, and I'm doing like all the stuff behind the scenes, like all the app stuff and the production stuff, like you all with these questions, and like Jordan does his best work after 11 o'clock. Like I'm sitting here most of the time, I have to use the bathroom, right? And I'm just like, well, if I go now, then Jordan's got to, extend and stretch the show for another 10 minutes or however long it takes me to get off the bathroom. So you guys, man, keep firing up. And of course, whenever Jordan says, all right, we're getting out of here. I know I probably have about 10 to 15 minutes, really, after he says, all right, we're getting out of here. Because it's going to happen a few more times.
Yeah.
Great community. You guys are a great community. So,
oh yeah, we appreciate all y'all. Appreciate all y'all. Well,
yeah, make sure you guys give me a follow on YouTube too, not the fake wags. I'll be doing some shit as well. So,
there you go. Thank you, Jake. But everyone who tuned in today, who's tuned in general, we appreciate you.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Only got 3 shows left, but we appreciate it all, man. All the support, all the views, comments, subscriptions. Thank you. We know you could be a lot of other places for an hour on weekday mornings, so we appreciate that you're here. Finally, as I like to say, we're getting out of here. I'll be back on tomorrow with Eric talking Texas basketball, and we'll see you then. Up next, the voice of college football gives their way too early record predictions for 2026. Y'all have a great Tuesday and stay warm.